Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, everyone. Welcome on back to the stream. This is Argon Matrix, and hello. Chat, I'm a little shaken up today. I woke up, I went onto YouTube, and I got a notification. Charlie Barley is streaming Poptopia, and I was like, I was 100% sure that Poptopia does not come out until tomorrow. And I was very confused. I went onto my Switch, I double-checked, like, yeah, Poptopia is not coming out until tomorrow. So I had to go onto her stream, and then I was reminded that she's actually secretly Australian. So I didn't know that that was a thing. I didn't know you could get it early if you went Australian mode. Secretly, yeah. Apparently she's always been. Apparently she's always been secretly Australian, and she's using that to her advantage today. There you go. She's playing Poptopia earlier. I do think I might stream Poptopia tomorrow. I only realized like a couple days ago that it comes out this week. It kind of snuck up on me. And it's something I had my eye on for a bit, so I was like, you know what? Maybe we do that tomorrow. I think that could be fun. Everything I've seen about it, I don't know like a huge amount of details about the game, but everything I've seen about it tells me it's going to be up my alley, and that it's actually like pretty good based on preliminary reviews that I've seen, just like, which are basically just numbers. I haven't actually looked into any like the details of the reviews. So that could be I don't know, that might not be the entire story, but I don't know, it's been getting pretty rave reviews from what I see. You can be the boy. You can be anything you want to be. You're a freaking ditto in that game. What are you playing tomorrow? Probably Poptopia. The new Poptopia game. That just came, well, it just came out if you're in Australia, but it's coming out tomorrow. Absolutely buzzing for Poptopia. Evolution! Exclamation point Emma. Honestly, same. I haven't kept up with it as much as I probably could have, but honestly, that might be for the better, because now I'll go in and I'll be, like, surprised. I'll be surprised and excited. I think it's just going to be a fun time. I think it's going to be wonderful. Anyway, so that's where my mind's at. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone is doing well today. We are going to be doing some modding shenanigans today. Probably not any actual, like, modding, because I don't know, the size of this mod is more than I realized. It was, you know, it was fun last time on the last modding stream where we were, like, brainstorming all sorts of different ideas. That's the best part, is coming up with, like, exciting ideas. And then you realize that each one of those ideas, you have to, like, actually iron out all the details for, all the nitty-gritty details that are in the game, which is still fun in its own right. It's still very fun in its own right, but it is a lot of work. So I'll show you what I've been doing once we get past, like, our daily games and stuff. Of course. Of course. You literally compared it to Rapidax. Very excited about the prospect of this mod. I think it'll be a lot of fun once I actually get it up and working, and I think I'm on the right track with that. I'm making sure that I have all the details ironed out before I get into the actual modding of it. That way I'm not, like, you know, toying around with too many ideas when I'm actually in the coding process. Inevitably, I'm sure I'll realize, like, as I, like, test things out in the game, like, oh, that doesn't quite work the way I thought it would, or I can't quite do this the way I wanted to, or something like that, but we'll figure that out in due time. We will figure that out in due time. I told Emma that you almost didn't include garlic bread. It's not that I almost didn't include it. Well, that's false advertising. You can't say that. You can't say that, because I did include it. It just wasn't on the top of my mind because there's so many foods in the world, okay? There's so many foods in the world. Very thankful. Garlic bread is essential. I got you. I got you, Emma. Ooh, look at that nice classic green slime. Oriental Moons, thank you very much for the 7 months. Daisy. I got a promotion at work with, oh my gosh, with a 5K pay raise. Ooh, get that bag, Daisy. Holy cow. That's insane. Congratulations, that's amazing. Love that for you. $5K per month? We freaking hope so. Garlic bread not on top of your mind? How dare? Look, I am more of a, like, baked goods and pastry enjoyer. I don't often lean into, like, the savory foods when I'm thinking of new foods to add to this. A lot of the times I'm adding, sweeter foods. And garlic bread does not fall into that purview. Also, Daisy, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships to the community as well. Gifting a membership to Dogs Are Fun. Not Ashiel, sorry. Ashiel just typed in the middle of all that. Teddy's Chan. Chili Bunny. Cyborg Cat Gaming. And Getsumi. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate the generosity and the support, Daisy. Look at all those pretty, beautiful slimes. Very exciting. Spreading the love, exactly. I appreciate you sharing your great news with the community and using it to help bolster the community a little bit. Love that. Much love to you. And you know who else I'm sending love out to? I'm sending love out to the fan artists. We got some fan art to share today. Starting with not necessarily a classic fan art in the form of a meme, but we love a good meme around here anyway, so you know what? I figured I'd share it. Alyssa Mathcraft shared this over in the fan art channel. It's a good one. It's an all-time classic. Emma and I are often streaming at like the exact same time, so this is... I feel like a lot of you have probably fallen into this camp at some point or another. That's so good. That's so good. This is me all the time. It really do be the struffle. I don't know you meant struggle there, but struffle is a really funny word. Thank you to Alyssa for sharing this lovely, very relatable meme. And then in the spirit of more traditional sort of fan art, we got this from Evergreen Trees over in the Discord. You may not recognize these, but these are delightful renditions of Chloe and Beatrix as the Void Rains Upon Her Heart characters, which is one of my favorite games, personally. You see me play it in the Ultimate Gamer Gauntlet, and this is a really cute rendition of them. If you haven't played the games, this probably doesn't make any sense to you, but it's really good. It's really good. It's so cute. It's so cute, and the interpretation of Beatrix is like the Ieric glyph on the right there. It doesn't look like Beatrix at a glance, but if you know, you know. Always happy when I get to watch the VOD the next day. Ooh, I appreciate that. I don't always have time to watch, like, VODs and stuff. I try to make time. I try to put stuff on in the background. There's so much stuff to watch. It is always fun to get caught up, though. Thank you, Evergreen Trees, for this lovely little rendition here. Thank you to Alyssa, and thank you to all the fan artists who have shared fan art over the past several years. If you'd like to share your own fan art, !Discord. There's a fan art channel where you can share your lovely creations. Let us know how you want to be credited, if you want to be credited, and all that good stuff. Thank you, thank you. I only know Void Rains because of the Gauntlet, but even I can appreciate this. It's really good. It's really good. It's really cute. Alright, let me slide this on over. And let's do a little daily game action, shall we? Play some daily games here before we get into the meat and potatoes of things. The literal meat and potatoes of our cooking mod. I mean, you gotta play Scrandle when food is on the mind, right? Scrandle. This is a bonus round. Which of these is better? It's this pepperoni pizza, no doubt in my mind. This is just too much of a mishmash of it. Like, the peas and the gravy, it's all, like, bleeding into each other. No, thank you. I'm sorry. Pizza's also a lot cheaper. This is just... Both of these are just piles of matter. They're different kinds of matter, but they're both just, like, big sloppy piles of matter. Loaded fries, no price data, and jerk chicken with rice, peas, and coleslaw. This is a tough choice, honestly. This is a tough choice. I feel like I gotta go with the jerk chicken, though. That does look like pretty good jerk chicken. Yeah, I figured it would be close, but it just looks a little bit better. Waffle on a stick. Never tried it, but definitely would yum that. Versus the breakfast box. That is a big breakfast box. How much is it? 8 pounds? That's a steal. Usually the prices on these are kind of crazy. You get all this for 8 pounds? That seems like insanely good, right? Am I crazy for that one? You get like 2 sausages, 2 eggs, a side of like beans. I think this is like bacon up here. You get like, what are these, like peppers? Hash browns and freaking toast? That seems like a lot of food. I'm going for it for sure. 8 pounds would get you just the toast. Some Scrandle picks look grim. The ones we've seen so far today are actually like pretty decent. But yeah, I mean, we have seen some nightmare fuel in Scran for sure. Shish kebab with chips and curry sauce. Or chicken gyros, heroes, however you pronounce it. With tzatziki and chili sauce. Tzatziki sauce is like one of my ultimate weaknesses, honestly. I gotta go with the tzatziki sauce. It also just does look better in general. Oh, here we go. Now this is Scrandle. Hot dog and a waffle for $3.80. Or pizza bread. I like hot dogs. I like waffles. Never thought to combine them. Don't know if I love that. Pizza bread. These almost look like tomatoes in here, but I think they're pepperonis. I actually have no idea. Neither of these are particularly great to me. I feel like a lot of people are going to be put off by the hot dog and a waffle, though. So I think you go with the pizza bread. 65% on the hot dog and a waffle. Bacon cheeseburger. Actually looks like a pretty reasonable bacon cheeseburger. And sausage wrapped in a giant Yorkshire pudding. What is a Yorkshire pudding? I've heard of it, but I don't know, like, the actual components of a Yorkshire pudding. Hi, and Furious. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Kind of sort of like a popover. It's a little bread. Because I know it's obviously not, like, actual, like, pudding the way that I think of pudding. Like, vanilla pudding kind of thing. Obviously. It's different. Kind of like a pancake. Similar batter, but oven-baked. Interesting. I wonder why it's called like a pudding. I wonder where the nomenclature for that one comes from. Bacon cheeseburger with a pint. I mean, cheeseburgers. A good cheeseburger is hard to beat, but they managed to do it. They managed to do it. Zeros Kenyer, made by Scrandle developer. Developer bias on this one, perhaps. And jerk chicken with rice and salad. It's from Mahus. I was going to say, what stadium is this at? Is the Scrandle developer working in a stadium? Nope, that's just at their house. Yo, Sam, thank you for becoming a member at the Electron level, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate the generosity. Hope you like your slime color. Maybe with a similar batter to like UK pancakes, but they're usually baked and get crispy and fluffy. That does sound very good. Okay, no offense to the Scrandle developer, but this just looks better. No disrespect meant. Spicy pepperoni pizza. Pepperoni, hot honey, and chili flakes. That is such a yum for me. That's like one of my ideal kind of pizzas. Versus a chicken share box. Also looks pretty solid, but I mean... Come on. 93%? Yes, please. Bacon cheeseburger with chips. Pie, chips, and gravy. This is a rare Scrandle where all the food actually looks like pretty good. The worst we've seen is the like hot dog and a waffle, and even that was like just kind of like weird. I think it's the bacon cheeseburger here. Not mad about losing to that one though. It was just a little too much gravy for me. Hot dog, loaded fries, and a beer. And a beer. Steak and kidney pie with mashed peas, gravy, and a drink. $32.50 for all this, though. Hold on a second. Something's not... Coors Light is not worth that. It's not worth the add-on on that one. For that alone, I'm out. Give me this. What the heck? Yeah, 10% as it rightly should be for that price. Holy. Donner Barm with salad and chili sauce versus burger with Coke. That's such a sad burger. This might be the saddest one we've seen today. The Coke looks fine. Obviously, it's just a nice bottle of Coke. But the burger looks like it's like... Burger looks like it was just told some bad news or something like that. That is a lettuce burger. 8 out of 10 Scran. 6.9 community average. Nice. Rate Scranner with a beer. Always with a beer. That's how the most expensive Scran comes. Alright. Steamdle, don't be weird today. Not recommended after 8.4 hours. Graphics really suck. I thought this was 2015. Sorry, but this is overall a 2 out of 10 boring game. 8.4 hours in 2015. So this is over 10 years old at this point. Holy moly. Hot take, bottled soda is never cold enough. I would agree with that, I think, yeah. I usually like my soda out of a can instead. Graphics really suck, 2015. It's not really a lot to go on, to be honest with you. Super Meat Boy. Trying to think of, like, older games. 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentration points you will drill, 5% pleasure, 50% pain, and 100% reasons you should purchase this game. Snaps, +2. That's a good little parody there. Concentration points. Sounds like a clue of some kind. But I don't know a game with concentration points in it. I have no idea. This is probably Final Fantasy. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's just Final Fantasy. With no number after it. Front-loaded lore, 253 hours, not recommended, holy. Front-loaded lore that is inconsistent with what happens in the sequel, writing trying to be smart using lesser-known synonyms, uninteresting main villain and story, zero depth in factions, music has only a few good tracks, itemization is weak, Path of the Damned difficulty does not provide enough challenge, only a few interesting boss fights. Everything is static in the world, NPCs have no schedules. Path of the Damned. I actually have no idea. Could this be... Is it like an Elder Scrolls game somehow? Elder Scrolls with like the lore? Elder Scrolls Arena. Daggerfall. I mean, it could be Skyrim maybe. Morrowind Game of the Year. Let's try Morrowind. Nope. Dear Baldur's Gate fans, welcome home. 2015. This is not Baldur's Gate 3. I'll tell you that. Could this be a Baldur's Gate game? Baldur's Gate 2 Enhanced Edition. This game has no soul, lore appropriate, boring world, boring characters, boring maps, boring skills, boring leveling, boring items, very boring combat. What do you think they think of this game? I think they think it's pretty exciting. Everything is boring. I've tried to play this game a few times and it's just way too mid. Most of the playtime is on Epic. It was also available on the Epic Games launcher. Maybe it still is Baldur's Gate. I mean, there's other Baldur's Gate ones here. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. I'm 17 years old. I'm sitting in front of my Pentium 2 PC, and I've just finished installing Baldur's Gate. I've crafted my perfect character, and I'm now adventuring through a gorgeous world. I've fallen headfirst into the game, reading novels worth of text and not noticing as hours melt away. I'm 17. It's 17 years later. I'm 34 years old. I'm doing it all over again, and it's like I'm traveling through time. Every aspect of this game is perfect. I wouldn't change it even if I could. I find myself wondering how the in-game mechanics work, and I'm tempted to Alt-Tab and Google what spell is best. Instead, I just keep playing and figure it out myself. I can't remember the last time I didn't look up this sort of info in a game. Who cares if the sword does a little more damage than the spear? My character is likes that spear, and he looks awesome wielding it. This is the first Kickstarter decision I made that I'm completely happy with. Thanks, Obsidian, for taking me back in time and reminding me you don't need game FAQs to enjoy a game. That brought a freaking tear to my eye. Vindicated Dasher. You are my kind of gamer. I hope you're doing well. 17 years later. I still have no idea what the game is. Is it Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance not 2? No, it's Pillars of Eternity. There was zero chance. There was zero chance I was getting that. I'll be fully honest. Don't think I've ever even heard of that game. 45 years old now. How the time flies, hey? Dual type from Alola. That's definitely Bruxish. That's a Bruxish play if I've ever seen one. Alola Final Evolution. Abominable. Non-Mega variety. Alolan Legendary Pokemon. Let's go with Solgaleo. Lunala. Cosmog. Cosmog will fit, right? It evolves into the legendary Pokemon, so it is itself legendary. Yeah. Ghost-type legendary? That would be Giratina. Already guessed both forms of Giratina. How about Lunala? I mean, I already looked at Lunala like a second ago. Spectrier? I always forget about Spectrier and Glasstrier. Ghost Final Evolution. Gengar. Mismagius. Golurk. There's a Mega Golurk now? I actually didn't know about that one, I don't think. Ghost Final Evolution. Dragapult? Dragapult I've already guessed. Houndstone. That'll do. Pokemon ZA spoilers. True that. Ghost dual type. Let's go with Honedge. Let's go with Doublade. Let's go with Aegislash. Okay. Let's go with Golett. Yeah. Fighting dual type. I'm feeling Pawmot. Ooh, is Pawmo part fighting? I actually don't know if you get the fighting type until your final evolution or not. I know Pawmi is only electric type. What about Koraidon? What about Poliwrath? Yeah, there you go. Keep it simple. Keep it simple, stupid. Fighting final evolution, Machamp. Hariyama. Hitmonchan. That'll work. And fighting legendary type. How do we feel about a little Cobalion? I think I've actually already guessed all of them, like Terrakion, Virizion, Koraidon, obviously I've already looked at. What a good song. I'm drawing a blank. I can't think of any other, like, fighting types. Mewtwo, Mega Mewtwo X. I've already guessed it, but you know what? Just go for it at this point. 39 days in a row of Pokedoku perfection. We are closing in. Closing in on my all-time streak. My highest streak ever is 43. You're getting there. Alright. Now pivoting to something a little more Stardew themed, a little more Stardew centric. Catch a fish here, shall we? Very nothing fish. Not super, like... Not insanely easy, like a carp or something like that, but very, very basic. It was moving around a little bit, though. At the end there, it was moving around. What is that an indication of, though? I'm gonna say maybe that was a chub. There's a world. Not this world, but there is a world. Weather is correct. Time is correct. Season is incorrect. Is chub all season? I always forget this. Could be an oceanic fish here. An oceanic fish of some sort. Maybe this is a herring? No. Herring is not all season, I know that. This is an oceanic fish, though. This is an oceanic fish. Could this be a sardine? Could this be an anchovy? I feel like it could be an anchovy, actually. There you go. I don't know what clued me into picking anchovy over sardine on that one, but something did, and I just trusted it. The second glacier fish? If you're having as easy of a time catching a glacier fish as an anchovy, I mean, I confer my Master Angler title to you then. You've earned it more. Alright, finally. It's Eggplant's time to shine. It is a fall crop, or at least it can grow in fall. Takes fewer than 5 days. That is a pretty strong indicator. And it's worth more than 60 gold. Fewer than 5 days, worth more than 60 gold. This feels like a mushroom log situation. Feels like it could be a chanterelle, purple mushroom, morel type deal. I would say probably... Let me go with chanterelle here. It is definitely mushroom log. It's more expensive than a chanterelle. Gotta be purple mushroom, right? There we go. Should've just gone for the most expensive one right off the bat. I still take umbrage with the fact that mushroom logs are not classified as regrowable. I can understand the argument, but it doesn't feel quite right. Does not feel quite accurate to me. I digress. Chat, I don't think we've seen a single horse today. So you know what? I'll be generous. You get, instead of just 1 minute, you get 1 minute 30. You get 90 seconds to get yourself a horse. Get yourself a horse, get yourself a jelly before the commands go off. Come on, Nightbot can't stop all of us. You know what? Get me in there as well. I'm gonna throw my hat in the ring. I gotta try. It would be kind of awkward if I actually did manage to get one. Nope, Nightbot ignored me. Wait, who got a horse? Who got a horse? Kane! Congratulations on your horse. Congratulations. At least we made it through with one horse at the very least. Can we get more, though? Can we get more? Nightbot doesn't play favorites. Nightbot gives everyone equal opportunities to get horses. Horses, jellies, whatever you want. Baby Moonlight Jelly for Dragonic Moon. Let's go. You love to see it? Ooh, 2 more Baby Moonlight Jellies. Sivan and Ashiel with the Baby Moonlight Jellies. How delightful. King Louis. The Baby Moonlight Jellies are flowing free. Oh my goodness. The horses. Unfortunately, we're in a bit of a horse drought, though. Come on. Come on, Nightbot. Give the people what they want. Give the people what they want. We got 20 seconds, chat. 20 more seconds. You can get it. You can make it happen. Go, 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 go. Ashiel with another Baby Moonlight Jelly. Are you kidding me? No rare green Moonlight Jellies today either. We can't expect that. Suze! Duck has finally arrived home as practically a buzzer beater. That's time right there. Congratulations. Welcome home, Duck. After far too long. I know you've been trying for a horse for a while there, Suze. Congratulations. And to everyone else who did get a horse or did not get a horse, thank you for playing. Thank you for playing all the same. Hope you had fun. The commands have been disabled for the foreseeable future of the stream. I just got a bunch of 2s. Got a bunch of 2s in my chat bar here. Oh, it's because I was pressing 2 to enable and disable the horse sound. That's my hotkey for the horse sound, is 2. 2. Hit him with the 2s. Six, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Argon, you didn't quack? Oh wait, you're right. Quack. Quack, quack. That's my best. That's my best quack. I hope you like it. I have a deep quack. I'm trying to do like I'm still working on like voice training and stuff as part of my transition. Can I do a higher quack? Quack, quack, quack. That is higher, but it's not necessarily higher in the way that I want it. Anyway. I'm not going to take that as the main indicator of where my voice training is, as whether I can quack at an acceptable level. Alright, y'all. It's time. Let's get into some modding, shall we? Let's get into some modding shenanigans. I will show you I will show you what I've worked on, and we can go through together and keep working on some of the other stuff that I still have to iron out. So last time when we were modding, when we were working on this together on stream, we basically just brainstormed a whole bunch of ideas. Wait, hold on. I finished the platformer horror. It was good. Ooh, good to hear it, Apstara. I'll have to add it to my list. It is the ultimate transition metric, convincing duck impersonations. Today I learned. Okay, I'm writing that down. She's got Quack Dysphoria. Last time we left off, we had brainstormed a bunch of different food ideas to add to the game, as well as we worked through, like, the various means by which you could theoretically get all, like, the various ingredients that we're adding. Because if you don't know what this mod is all about, if you're just tuning in for, like, the first time here, my goal with this mod is to amp up how cooking works in Stardew Valley. I want to keep it at least, like, mechanically relatively the same, where you just, like, get the ingredients and you make whatever you want to make. But I want to add a lot more variety to those ingredients. I want to add a lot more complexity. I want to make cooking more profitable. That is kind of the mission statement overall. The quick little elevator pitch. I want to make cooking better and more rewarding. And to that end, we have been adding a lot of stuff. And I'll show you some of the stuff I've been working on. So I've gone through all... The first thing I did is I went through and I added all the details, all the relevant details that I could think of for every single ingredient. I just started at the top of our list that we had. We had very basic notes for every ingredient. I have gone through and basically done this. Description, type, category, price, edibility. All these things that are going to be relevant for each and every ingredient. I have added into, including gift preferences and things. I've added into this this big honkin' list here. Every single ingredient has all of its details ironed out. Details that are subject to change, mind you. This is literally 34 pages of just this. Of just all the details that I'm going to have to translate into code. But a lot of this is like copy pastable into the actual code. Girl, that's a lot. Yeah, it's a little bit. It's a little bit of work for sure. We came up with some fun ideas, though. I have come up with some fun ideas. I'm not going to go over all this in, like, huge detail, obviously. I just want to show you sort of... I mean, this obviously took quite a bit of time. I had a lot of fun figuring out various sources for things. So you can see, like, obviously I have in sources for something like butter. You always have, like, a main source, like a primary source, process any kind of milk in a butter churn. But I also came up with, like, ancillary ways to get them, like, kind of cute ways. Like, I thought about, like, what if you talk to Marnie on a specific day, and she gives you butter, because she has, like, extra butter that she made or something. So if you're, like, a good enough friend with her, then you can, like, get butter from her, kind of like you can with Sandy. Could have just done it in Excel/Sheets and then macro it. I probably could have, but I like this format better. This format worked well for my brain. Mayhaps pin my next chat. Making a mod? What kind of mod? Argon's trying to vamp up the cooking experience in Stardew Valley. Yeah, I like that. I'll pin that. I'll put a pin on that one, Suze. Thank you. Better design documents than the one I get at work from professionals. I don't know. This is the best way. This was the best way I found to organize all my thoughts and stuff. I could go into all the details here, but a lot of it is probably not that important. I'm trying to think if there's anything like super interesting to show, but honestly, not really. Some of these things I did add cornflowers. Because I thought that would be a fun way. For corn syrup here, I added cornflowers, a new potential crop to get. Produced by a bee house with cornflowers growing nearby. I thought that was just like a silly way to do that. I wanted to add something with the bee houses, and I was like, you know what? That'll work. That'll work. Add a cornflower in here. That's delightful. We got molasses. We got brown sugar. Rum, yeast, soy sauce, soy milk, tofu, sour cream, vegetable broth, buttercream frosting, dried herbs, bouillon cubes, powdered sugar, buttercream, cream cheese, blue cheese, peanut butter, salt crystals, just a salt, paleosol. That's, you know what, this one actually kind of bears mentioning. I don't know if I'm still gonna stick with this name, but I did some research because one of the things I wanted to do, we have a bunch of seeds that I added here, like peppercorn starters, lettuce seeds, all sorts of different seeds, yellow onion seeds, and I wanted to add alternate ways to get them as well. And I was looking into whether I could add them to, like, Skull Cavern treasure chests, because that's one way you can get, like, a lot of the seeds in the game without having to, like, you know, get them from the store or whatever. And I probably can, but it also looked like it might have been outside my purview as a modder, outside of my current modding capabilities. So I had the idea. I did some research to find out about what's called paleosol, which is basically like petrified dirt, petrified soil that can have seeds in it. So it's basically like a seed geode, which I think is like a kind of fun idea. So yeah, I made those, and now you can like crack those open with either a geode crusher or at Clint for any kinds of seeds. Including a lot of the new seeds, but I figure I'll probably add in like the vanilla seeds as well, because I think that could be fun. A seode, yeah, something like that. Can I see the celery seeds? Let me see, where is celery seeds? Celery seeds, here you go. Plant these in spring, takes 12 days to mature, and yields multiple celery stalks at harvest. 30 gold, purchased from Pierre during the spring, or Jojamart. Get it from a paleosol or from the traveling cart. As an archaeologist, I have found centuries/millennia old seeds. I thought it would be a fun little addition, yeah. I think it's in fitting with the nature of the game. And it means that if you have like a geode crusher, because like again, I'm very challenge runner oriented, my brain. So I was like, you know, if I want to get these seeds in Price of Perfection, I would love to have a money-free way to get them. So you could do a paleosol and a geode crusher, and just try your luck with that. I can't wait to see the dishes and items fully fleshed out. I'll add support for this with my Unbake Oven mod that I'm almost done. Much hype for your mod. Wickedy! Yo, so good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I mean, this is just these are just the building blocks. All of this work is not even for the actual dishes in the game, which is going to be like the main feature of the mod. But obviously, we need the building blocks built before we can actually make anything. But I will show you what I've been cooking up with, like the actual dishes and stuff as well. That's exciting, Wickedy. Yeah, no, I've been thinking about that too, about like adding like cross support for other mods. I just want to work on getting this mod like actually working in vanilla before anything else, but then I will look into, like, once I have a 1.0 version of this mod out there in the world, I still have so many ideas that I want to add, and like cross compatibility. It looks well thought out. I've put a lot of thought into a lot of this, honestly. And like I said, a lot of this is still subject to change for sure, especially things like prices and like growth times for crops and things, seasons for crops even. Those 43 pages are just for the ingredients. 34 pages, but yes. Yes, this is all just ingredients. Like if I go all the way to the bottom here, the last thing I have on here is butterscotch, which is not actually a cooked. None of this are any cooked dishes. These are literally all just the various ingredients that you can source in this mod. Cinnamon syrup, cinnamon bark, cinnamon seeds, avocados. The fruit trees I came up with like because I wanted another way to. I didn't want to just like add the fruit trees to Pierre's lineup. I wanted to do something a little different with the fruit trees and make them accessible from somewhere else. So I decided to make all the fruit trees accessible from the where's the olive tree here? Olive sapling. Accessible from the Desert Trader instead. And you trade the various seasonal forages, or certain seasonal forages that relate to the seasons in which the fruit tree grows, in order to get the saplings, which I thought was kind of a nifty idea. So you get 10 holly for an olive sapling, you get 30 spring onions for a fig sapling, 20 fiddlehead ferns for a lemon lime sapling. I kind of leaned into the idea of doing like rarer forage, 15 chanterelles for an avocado sapling, because fruit tree saplings feel like you should have to like work a little bit for them. So I thought that was a fun idea. My ADHD meds ran out halfway through my dance class. I swear 2 different people took that class. I forgot how to dance, drank water, and laughing while Choka had to leave. Oh, sorry to hear that, Antonia. I'm sending love. That sucks. I'm glad you went out to still try and do it, but yeah, no, that's rough. That is rough. Sending love, sending comforting vibes to you. Wishing you all the best. Do you consider olives fruit or veggie? Let me see. What did I do? Olives I have considered as a vegetable. I have under the category as vegetable for olives. Which I know they're technically a fruit, but in the context of the game, it makes the most sense to add them as a vegetable, because otherwise you have like if they're a fruit, then that opens up the idea of olive wine and olive jelly, versus if it's a vegetable, then you get olive juice and pickled olives, which sounds a lot more in line with what you would expect from olives, right? Yeah, it's like tomatoes. So it is technically, I mean, it's still from a fruit tree. That's what you call it, like a fruit tree. But it's a vegetable. So it's like the only vegetable from a fruit tree. Because all the other fruit trees that I added, like figs are fruits, lemons and lime are obviously fruit, avocado is a fruit. Olives are already kind of pickled. How it feels, yeah. It's a nice thing is that a lot of your context tags are always already set up for success. Tags are used in other mods, so your ingredients are easily interchangeable in mods that require something like butter. Yes, that is one thing I want to make sure I get down pat, is the context tags. Great time in Kazoom, by the way. We love Kazoom. Olive oil and avocado oil. I have olive oil in here. I do not have avocado oil. I think the only oil that I'm adding so far is olive oil. With room in the future to add more oils, but right now olive oil was the only one that felt like kind of a culinary staple that I wanted to add. But yeah, if you don't know, context tags are like they're like the cornerstone. They don't really do anything on their own in the game, at least unless you actually do something with them. And they're used a lot of the time for like cross compatibility with other mods, because like you can look up something, like you can, like a mod in your mod, you can be like, okay, this recipe requires butter, but you can just say it requires a butter item like this, and as long as another mod has this context tag for their butter, then you can kind of use it across various mods. That way you can kind of like, it's basically a way to make it so that mods can kind of work together without actually having to even like acknowledge each other. Sometimes it's super cool. Yeah, it's a very cool system. Some context tags do stuff in the game. I think mainly it's the color ones that do things in the game, which I think the game uses the color tags for like dyes and stuff. I think that's basically the only one. Pickled avocado rather than avocado jelly. Surely avocado juice is more reasonable. I was on the fence about whether to make avocados fruits or vegetables. In my mind, they like I was thinking about the same thing with like olive juice versus olive wine. I mean, avocado wine sounds crazy. Avocado wine does sound crazy, but I don't know, avocado jelly, like, I don't know, maybe it should be a vegetable? Do we make it a seed? I mean, you got the avocado sapling. You think the salad argument is the proof? I'm willing to go with vegetables instead. I would need to change a few things here, like the gift preferences and stuff. Should be a veggie. Then it couldn't go in the preserves jar or the keg. That is true, yeah. That is dependent on its category. You could make like a special rule to put specifically an avocado if it was a seed into those items. That's not a huge deal, but color tags can be used to change the color of FX in a machine, like pink bubbles in a keg. I don't think I actually knew that one. I haven't really looked at the effects for machines a whole lot, to be honest. That's something I'm excited to look into, too. think avocado is more of a vegetable. Custom avocado in a jar is guacamole. Avocado in a keg is question mark. Well, I think guacamole, I would like to make its own, like, cooking recipe, so I don't know if I want to make it. I mean, we could make it as something in a preserves jar as well, but usually guacamole, you need, like, more ingredients than just avocado, right? Would you put avocado in a vegetable or a fruit salad? You make a good point. You would not think that an avocado would go into a fruit salad very, very cleanly. Okay, you know what? I'm willing to go vegetable instead on avocado. Vegetables -75. These numbers, by the way, they're just they're the numbers that correspond to these categories in game. So like when I actually go and put this in the mod in the JSON file, instead of putting vegetables, I would put like -75 because that's just like the category that it corresponds to. Where is avocado here? Avocado. I definitely scrolled way past it here. Avocado. Boom. Vegetables. Fruits have a seed/pit inside. Yes, that's true. Like, avocado is undeniably a fruit. I even have it written here. A nutty fruit with a unique spreadable texture. I'm going to have to change that description. But, like, it is undeniably a fruit. It grows on a fruit tree. It is a fruit. But in the context of the game, for culinary purposes, it is more often used as a vegetable, I would say. It's on the fence. I would put avocado in anything. Smoothie, salsa, mango, cucumber salad. Super versatile, but much like tomato, culinary/classification-wise, it is very on the fence. There's arguments both ways. Gosh, I don't know. I don't know. Avocado vegetable or avocado fruit? Avocado is a fruit and it's a loved gift for Demetrius. Avocado ice cream. Avocado is a base for chocolate mousse. If it's coming from a tree, it's a fruit. Okay, yes. But by that same logic, we already have a pretty quintessential example of something that most people would not culinarily consider a fruit. Is olives. Like, I feel like olives being vegetables here makes sense. Even though they grow from a fruit. They grow from an olive tree. Need to read which chat? Let me see here. Savans. This is a cooking mod. When people say it's technically a fruit, that means biologically, which isn't the same as culinarily. Vegetable doesn't exist biologically, yes. Yes, that's kind of the crux of it here, is like, would we consider an avocado more of a... we are looking more at culinary classifications than botanical classifications. But even then, like, I feel like avocado is like borderline. I feel like there are culinary situations where you use avocado as a fruit and where you use it as a vegetable. How would Robin react if you brought her avocado when she asks for fruit? I think she would be more understanding of it than if you bring her a tomato. She'd smush it in your face. Culinarily is an edge case. Avocado is neither, it just is. When is avocado used as a fruit? Like avocado toast. I guess if you could still count that as like as a vegetable, but it's like a spread on toast, then you spread like fruity things on toast. It doesn't have the flavor profile of a fruit though. Like of a classic fruit. It doesn't taste like, it doesn't have the sweetness that you would associate with a fruit. Why is that a fruit thing? I guess that's valid. Never thought of avocado as a vegetable. I'm gonna leave it as a fruit for right now. Like I said, all of these are open to change. We can't we can't go too into detail on all of these decisions here. I do have I had a lot of fun figuring out like the gift preferences as well. It's a fretchtable. I like that term. Semantic and pedantic. We'll leave it alone for right now, but yeah, like I said, I could change it in the future. And then I got all my herbs here as well, which are generally like inexpensive. They're pretty inexpensive types of forage, but they're used for a whole lot of different different culinary things, which I think is fun. Each kind, I want to try and give each herb its own like distinct personality, but I have a good number of herbs, so it's gonna be tough. Then we get down to the animal products here: chocolate eggs, white chocolate egg, vanilla cream, whipped cream, marshmallow wool. I decided to go with marshmallow wool from sheeps, and that opened up the possibility. That opened up my brain to the idea: what if you put marshmallow wool into a loom? Boom, marshmallow twist. Marshmallow twist, like, you know, have you ever seen one of those like twisty things where it's like all the different colors of marshmallow all like twisted together? I think that's delightful. Personality, how? For the herbs, I want to give, like, when I say personality in that sense, I want to give each one their own, like, distinct identity. Like, a certain thing that they're used for, or a certain reason that you would, like, want that herb over another herb for whatever reason. I don't want them to be, like, super interchangeable. Flump? Cotton candy. Cotton candy is a recipe that I actually kind of want to add, because I think it would be an easy recipe to add. Plus, there's already a sprite for cotton candy in the game. Caramilk. Now, Caramilk is the name of a candy. It is the name of, like, a chocolate bar, but in this context, it is the milk of a caramel goat. Milk from a brown goat. And I just thought it was too cute of a name to pass up on. Especially because it does, in the context of the game, it counts as milk. So, it's like an animal product. It's a caramel kind of milk. We want precision, not reality. Cease and desist incoming. And then butterscotch as well, yeah. Which is sort of like a deluxe product from brown goats, but it also has a cooking recipe unto itself. Never heard of a flump? I thought a flump was a Dungeons & Dragons monster, to be honest with you. I'm thinking of a flump. The caramel goat. The coat, the caramel. Right now I'm just calling them brown goats, because they're going to be goats that are brown. They're going to be like caramel-colored goats. But the like official name, I haven't decided on anything yet. Am I making the mod, or am I just workshopping the ideas? I am the one making everything in the mod except for the art. I have Atomic Diamond in the community, who has done some amazing art for it already, and she'll be she's willing to help out with the art as well. But that said, there is going to be a lot of art necessary. So depending on how much she actually wants to do, I may reach out to other community members to help out with the project as well. We'll see. But for the actual like coding of it, that's going to be all me. Yeah. That is all on me. So that is all the ingredients. Those are the details of the ingredients. That's where I've been at with that. Now, food. So food details here, food ideas. This is the document I showed off last time of and where we kind of brainstormed different ideas. I showed off all the changes I made to vanilla cooking recipes, things, and you can see I've kind of checked these off now. I've checked these all off as I've gone through and kind of formalized them. I'll show you what I mean by that in a second here. Actually, you know what? Let me take you over here for a second. Because I kind of want to show you, because obviously the food itself is going to be the main change in this mod. It's going to be the ingredients. They're all the important actors. They're all the background performers, but the main feature is the food. Yo, enjoy your lurk there, Miss Palindrome, and rest well, Dragonic Moon. Is it technically possible to make food or vegetable not go in a keg entirely, or just change the end product? I think you could change the end product, yeah. So you could have, like, a vegetable that makes a wine, or a fruit that makes a juice instead. Can spiceberry go in a keg? It can. It makes spiceberry wine. What was I showing off here? Yeah, okay, yeah. So this is a document that I made for specifically vanilla food changes. So any changes that I'm making to the items that are already cookable in vanilla, I have added in here, which is mostly going to be recipe changes as well as price changes. And the prices have changed dramatically for a lot of the foods. I'll show you the details about how I landed on all the different prices here. But these are all I sort of, formalized this so that when I'm going through and actually changing things, I can go and I can look at this and be like, okay, so the fried egg, we're going to get egg and salt. Omelet, we got 2 eggs and some milk. Yada yada. Also going to change the name to a plain omelet to open up the possibility of adding more omelets in the future. Yeah, and a whole bunch of changes this way. A lot of these foods are going to get a lot more pricey, which is part of the process that I wanted to do. I wanted to make cooking pretty much always profitable, or at least a lot more profitable than it used to be. Because in vanilla, it always felt weird to me that like more cooking recipes weren't profitable. There are a few that are profitable, especially if you use like the basic ingredients, but it really does feel like if you're cooking something, shouldn't it be worth more than the ingredients that you put into it? I don't know, maybe that's just not part of Concerned Ape's like design philosophy when it comes to the cooked foods in the game, but it always felt a little off to me. So for my mod, I'm changing that. And I will show you exactly how I did that. I have, of course, a spreadsheet. And here's how I basically did this. I went through each of the vanilla recipes. I added up their base ingredient cost here using a separate sheet here. I've got this sheet that has all the various ingredients that are currently used in any of the recipes that are on this spreadsheet. So I've got this as well as their minimum price, which minimum price is as it reads. It is like amaranth. This would be like a basic quality amaranth. Anything here that has like quality or has like a variety of different things you can use for it. I just use like the most basic version of it. And accepted that as the price. And then what I did, so I added up those ingredient costs. I put in the ingredient quantity, and using those two numbers, I made a custom function called cook price that takes those two numbers and turns them into the final price, which is then, what you can see here. Price is calculated by multiplying the base ingredient cost by the complexity of the dish, adding an extra 10% per ingredient. So basically what it does is it takes the base ingredient cost, that's your baseline, and then this has 2 ingredients to it. So it would be 20% more than the base ingredient cost. And then if you have 3 ingredients, then it's 30% more. 4 ingredients, that's 40% more. And the highest any of these go is 5 ingredients, as far as complexity goes. So the highest you can ever get is a 50% increase over the base ingredients. And that's ultimately how you end up at this number. And then this number is like usually, because you can see there's like decimals and things in here and things that aren't exactly even. So in the final mod, I'm going to be rounding each of these up to the nearest 5 gold marker to give them a little bit of extra boost, even if they didn't quite hit that threshold. So like 66, I would round that up to 70. 882, round it up to 885, so on and so forth. And we go down this whole line here. I've done this for every single dish in the game, and as well as some of the dishes that are going to be in the mod exclusively. Like I've got all these different doughs and kind of like tertiary, not tertiary ingredient. They're like midway points, right? Like when you're cooking bread or you're cooking some kind of pastry or pasta or whatever, you have the dough that you then turn into it. For these ones, I didn't use the same formula. I basically just made it so that the ingredient cost is the same as the sell price for that. That way you're not getting like multiplicative effects where it's like, you have the dough getting multiplied for its ingredients and then whatever you make with the dough also getting multiplied by that. Because I felt like that would get a little too crazy. Then I added, the last little bit I did down here is add some extra stuff for the new breads that are in the game. Brioche, sourdough, focaccia, pita bread, and cornbread. I'm selectively using facts to win the argument. Are we still arguing about avocados? Y'all, we can leave the avocados for now. We can leave the avocados behind for right now. It's okay. We'll figure it out in due time. Don't worry about it. I appreciate all the takes, though. Yeah, so that's how I've been figuring out the new cook prices here, and this has resulted in some pretty high prices, which I think the highest out of any of these is pink cake. There's pink cake in here. Pink cake ended up being $1,800 as its final sell price, which is a lot, obviously. But it's also a pretty complex dish to make. It is pretty complex in its new form in this mod. And this is kind of the point of the mod that I've been at now. Now that I've done all the vanilla stuff, I want to start going through and looking at all the new modded dishes, which is the most exciting part anyway. So I've got like, yeah, these food ideas here. I've done a similar sort of document for vanilla food changes for all the new stuff that I'm adding here. I'm going to want to do this for all these ones as well. But there are a lot of foods here that we brainstormed on the last stream that I don't actually have like finalized recipes for. As you can see, like all these different pastas that we added, all the different soups, and a few miscellaneous items, there's still empty things where I have to add in the actual ingredients for the recipes. So I think that's probably where I will start today, is trying to figure out recipes for all the things that don't have recipes. And then we go through and we figure out and then I can figure out the prices and stuff after. What's the next step here? Actually coding/modding. Well, I want to get all this stuff finalized. I want to get like all the ingredients and ideas finalized. But also, I still have to do, for all this new food that I'm adding, I haven't done any of this yet. I'll show you, I mean, the food details here. These are all the new foods. I've added descriptions, I've added their recipes, and I've added their prices. But I still have to add the extra details here for the, for like gift preferences. I have to think about like different buffs that I want these foods to provide. I have to think about how much I want each of these foods to restore as far as energy and health and stuff. Have a good one there, Woolen Feet. Enjoy your meeting. There's still a lot of details to iron out here, but I'm starting with just the basics of getting their recipes and their prices down in order to keep things at least simple for now. And then I'll go through, I'll probably do like a wave of going through and doing the gift preferences for all of them, go through and do all the buffs for all of them. I'm planning on doing it in different waves to kind of keep it from becoming too overwhelming of doing like, okay, well, I want to get all the details of this out for this one. Instead, I want to focus on like each category independently of one another, if that makes sense. It works better for my brain that way. So yeah, let's go ahead and start figuring some of this out, shall we? This is some of the funnest parts here, is actually figuring out like the actual recipes that I want to do here. So let's go ahead and say, so let's just start doing some research, shall we? I'm going to pull up a new window on the side here. Do this. Then I'll have chat in a window here. Is there going to be coding done today? In all likelihood, no. Probably not any actual coding done for the mod today. I'm still in the pseudocode kind of phase of things here. I want to get all my ideas sorted out before I actually start putting them into the code. Because if you start like doing ideas in the code itself, that's how I did it when I was doing the original version of the mod. Because I've done an original incarnation of this mod, and I was kind of doing it all on the fly, where I would like put it into the code as I came up with ideas and change things around, and it just got so messy. It got so messy that it became a little overwhelming, and that's part of the reason that I stopped working on it back then, is because I didn't have like a good design structure. So I'm trying to get that out of the way first, of like designing the ideas before I get into the proper coding of it. Okay. So, the core rule, just so we're all on the same page, chat, when we're coming up with with recipes for all these various things, the main rule to stick with is that it should not exceed 5 ingredients. For like balancing purposes in the game, I feel like 5 ingredients is the max that any of these recipes should have. So the goal when making a new recipe, in my mind, is to capture the essence of the dish, even if it doesn't capture every last little itty-bitty ingredient. Like, some recipes will call for, like, you know, a teaspoon of this or that. But we want to try and ignore those as much as possible and focus on the broad scope. And we also don't need to, like, hit, like, 5 ingredients for every dish. I think some of them should be more basic than that. So let's figure it out. Let's figure it out. Starting with mac and cheese. So mac and cheese, macaroni and cheese, I feel like your very obvious starting point here, pasta dough. You need pasta dough, obviously. Then you need cheese. Easy. What else do you need for mac and cheese? Milk? Milk is a pretty important component for when you're making mac and cheese, right? Flour if you're making it with a roux. Let's see here. Mac and cheese recipe. No AI. No AI, please. Baked mac and cheese. There are a few different kinds of mac and cheese as well. If we want to start like thinking of like whether we do like baked mac and cheese or whatnot. Butter maybe. Milk, butter, or oil. Maybe butter, but I'd keep it out honestly. Milk or butter. When I think of like a mac and cheese, when I think of making mac and cheese, I think that the Cornucopia mod has an extruder machine for making noodles if you want to add another layer to things. No. I'm going to stop where I am right now. I've added enough, like, ingredients and building blocks. I think I'm just going to use those for right now. I'll keep those ideas in the back of my head for a version 1.1 or something, though. This feels like milk. I feel like milk is good here. Pasta dough, cheese, milk. And now, how important is salt to mac and cheese? Because obviously, a lot of dishes can use salt to improve them. But I've been holding back from adding salt to like every little thing, because then it would feel like you just need salt for like everything. So unless a dish like really needs salt, I feel like I've been holding off on not adding salt. Don't think it's inherent, so probably not. One thing I do think of when I think of mac and cheese, though, actually, is I think of black pepper a lot. Am I alone in that? I haven't used black pepper as much. I'm trying to think of like a lot of recipes. Not a lot of recipes call for like black pepper specifically, but I feel like black pepper on mac and cheese is pretty good. You don't personally? Not at all? You love pepper on your mac and cheese? Everything needs pepper, no pepper? But I'm not a pepper person. Ground black pepper on top, yeah. I feel like of all the dishes that I've been brainstorming for this mod, mac and cheese feels like one that could go well with black pepper. That's a preference, not an ingredient. That is true. Dish idea, soft-boiled egg plus salt plus black pepper. That is a good idea. But I'm not taking dish recommendations at this time, at least not until I figured out all the other recipes here that I already have. Carbonara needs pepper. I think black pepper is probably a little too controversial. Are we just leaving it at pasta dough, cheese, and milk? I honestly think that is a totally fine recipe for mac and cheese. I think we finalized that. I think that's good. Baked ziti. I don't really know what baked ziti is, if I'm being fully honest here. Baked ziti recipe. Baked ziti recipe. Let's see here. Ziti noodles, Italian sausage, 4 cloves of garlic, tomatoes. Like, what are the quintessential ingredients in a ziti? Baked squash, basically? I thought it was a pasta, not a squash, right? Or is it like, I mean... It is a pasta dish, for sure, yeah. Best baked ziti recipe. I mean, okay, obviously, all of these are pastas, so they're probably all going to start at pasta dough. At least a lot of them, except for maybe stuff like egg noodles once we get down there. Or you're thinking of zucchini. Let's see. Tomato sauce, again, showing up in this recipe. Whole milk ricotta cheese. Parsley egg. Baked ziti. Gnocchi is potato. Ooh, wait, you're right there. You're right about that, I think. Cheese. There's like a whole bunch of different kinds of cheese going into ziti. That's something I'm noticing with a lot of these ziti recipes that I'm looking at, is that a lot of them call for like various kinds of cheese. Mozzarella, Parmesan, ricotta. Also, pretty much all of them are calling for tomato. So what I'm thinking for baked ziti, you got pasta dough, you got cheese, you got goat cheese, not ghost cheese, goat cheese, tomato. Those seem like 4 non-negotiable ingredients to me, based on the recipes that I'm looking at. We consider adding butter to mac and cheese. I feel like it's got to be milk or butter. I don't think milk and butter makes sense here. Especially when, I mean, I don't know. I'd be willing to swap out milk for butter. But I think I like it where it is right now. Ghost cheese. You do both? I mean, you definitely can do both, but for the purposes of the game, I'm trying to avoid adding like milk and butter unless it's like strictly necessary. Just because it feels like there's like a lot of overlap between them. Plus, butter is a pretty big like price increaser for a lot of dishes, which I'm trying to be wary of as well. Doesn't even Kraft mac and cheese call for milk and butter? If you were to want to do milk over butter, you know what? We'll do milk and butter. That feels right. That does feel right, actually. I haven't made mac and cheese in a long time, but you are right that a lot of the time it does call for milk and butter. Pasta dough, cheese, goat cheese, tomato. Anything else that's super important for baked ziti? Pretty much all the pictures I'm seeing here of baked ziti, do have herbs. They do have at least some kind of herb, like, on top. Gotta have herbs, yeah. Okay. So we can go... Do we go specific herb, or do we go... Or do we go with a... With just any herb? Any herb will do. I feel... I've been trying to lean into, like, specific herbs. Instead of just any herb will do. What are the options again? I should have a short list of, like, where... Do I have herbs still as, like, their own document? I don't. I should. I definitely should. Let's see. Herbs. We have thyme, dill, oregano, lavender, basil, anise, lemongrass, cilantro, sage, rosemary, mint, and parsley. Those are the... Oh, and tarragon. Wait. And tarragon. We got 13. 13 herbs total. Any herb, honestly. Oregano, definitely. I was thinking oregano, or... I was thinking parsley, actually, maybe. Why do I feel like parsley would be a good one? What happened to winter savory? It felt a little too specific, so I canned it. I changed it out for some more recognizable ones. Rip Winter Savory. 07 to Winter Savory. Food ideas here. That would be strange on a baked pasta. Really? I feel like parsley, I don't know. I'm seeing people say oregano. Dried oregano is a classic for Italian-American dishes. Let me look up best herbs on ZD. Scallions, basil, dill, oregano, and chives. Basil. Oregano. I'm just glancing through some Google results here. Basil and parsley. Savory herb. Basil and rosemary. I'm seeing a lot of basil, actually. Basil. Who's putting dill on a tomato pasta? I don't know. I saw dill was only in that first result. Basil, oregano, basil. I think it's got to be basil. I think it's got to be basil or oregano. Let me look, just for like balancing purposes. In vanilla, because I know I've used these already before. Basil is used in baked fish and bruschetta. Whoops. And oregano I've got in carp surprise, and that's it. I guess we'll go with oregano. I feel like oregano feels like a good fit here. This is going to take a while. I mean, this is what I've been doing, but I've been having a lot of fun doing this, too. We're just coming up with various recipes. Bruschetta makes sense for basil. Yeah. Alright, gnocchi. How do you make gnocchi? So gnocchi is not made from, like, classic pasta dough, huh? It's like a potato. Gnocchi... Oh, let me do homemade gnocchi. Homemade gnocchi. Boil, peel, and grate potatoes. Add flour and ricotta. Salt and egg. Mix and knead. Form a loaf. Make your gnocchi. So it's got to have potato. Non-negotiable potato. Do we need multiple potatoes? Do you think this is a situation that calls for like multiple potatoes? I'm trying to be wary about adding like multiples of any like specific ingredient unless it's strictly necessary, but potato, flour, often eggs, served with butter and sage sauce. 2 potatoes? 1 potato should be fine. I feel like 2 potatoes makes sense. It makes sense in my head. To kind of accentuate the nature of gnocchi. Depends how big the potatoes are. We'll think about the potatoes in Stardew Valley. That big. They're standard Stardew potato size, exactly. Generally get multiple at harvest, feels right. I think 2 is good, yeah. And what did Daisy say? Flour, often eggs. I do see flour. I think it's got to be flour in here. Flour. Egg. Easy homemade gnocchi. Let me see. Ingredients: potatoes, flour, and egg. That's literally all they have in this recipe is potato, flour, egg. Check another recipe. Potato, flour, egg, olive oil, and salt in this one. Check another one. This is basically what I do with these recipes, is I just like scroll through like various like recipes on Google. Potato, eggs, egg yolks, flour, kosher salt. Okay. Seems like egg is non-negotiable here. Classic prep is to boil them and then saute in a pan with butter and sage. I mean, I know there are various types of gnocchi. How common is the butter and sage thing? Let's see. Homemade gnocchi. Gnocchi sauce. Is it like a sauce? Easy ricotta gnocchi with mushroom sauce. Very common. Gnocchi with sage butter sauce recipe. Gnocchi with sage. Common herbs with gnocchi. Basil, thyme, oregano, rosemary, and marjoram. Gnocchi with brown butter and sage. Gnocchi with sage. Gnocchi, yeah, okay. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. The top result on Google was lying to me for sure. It's not even an AI one. It's just from a random blog. Not margarine, marjoram. Okay. Butter, sage. That's 5 ingredients. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that if it captures the essence of gnocchi. Lasagna. Ooh, okay. This is a big one. Pastry, pasta dough, not pastry dough. Pasta dough, non-negotiable. You can't just invent herbs? Winter savory moment? Okay. Lasagna. I mean, this is gonna have to be a vegetable lasagna of some kind. Or a cheese lasagna. Lasagna recipe. Easy homemade lasagna. Like, should this be a specific kind of lasagna? Or should it just stay as lasagna? Can add eggplant? I was thinking eggplant. Squash or zucchini. Ooh, summer squash could be an interesting play. Pasta, cheese, any veggie. I do think cheese is non-negotiable here. How important is... Oh, mushroom also? Ooh, mushroom could be good here. How important is tomato? Is tomato sauce to a lasagna? It's not, like, straight up required, is it? Very, very, very non-negotiable. Okay. Tomato. What do we feel about pasta dough, cheese, tomato, summer squash, because I think that's more interesting than eggplant, and common mushroom? What do we think about that? As like as 5 core ingredients for a lasagna. Obviously, we could talk about different herbs and seasonings, but I think those are less important than the actual filling of a lasagna. If you saw this recipe for a lasagna in Stardew Valley, would you be like, that makes sense? That's very optional, but sure. Called veggie lasagna. Would eat. I think I would agree with that. Veggie lasagna. Leaves the door open for more lasagna types in the future. If I say this in real life, I would cook it immediately. I don't know about mushroom lasagna. Mushroom and lasagna makes sense to me. The summer squash would throw you off. Let me see. Squash lasagna. I'm just going to look it up. Best squash lasagna recipe. Squash, apple, pasta, and plenty of cheese. Squash, sage, gooey cheese. Butternut squash. Spaghetti squash lasagna bake. Tofu ricotta. Roasted vegetable butternut squash packed with veggies, warming spices. Lasagna is tough. Lasagna is tough. Apple lasagna? That one caught me off guard. I think I like this. I think I like this for now. Fettuccine Alfredo. Pasta dough. This is a classic pasta dough moment. Pasta dough. Fettuccine Alfredo recipe. You just click through them here. Fettuccine noodles, 1 stick of butter, 1 cup of heavy cream, salt and pepper to taste, and Parmesan cheese. Okay. What about this one? Fettuccine, unsalted butter, shallots, heavy cream, cheese, salt, and pepper. Garnish with fresh parsley. We do not have cream in this, no. We're basically just using milk wherever cream would apply. Pasta, butter, cream, garlic, salt, cheese, pepper. Okay. Not heard of a fish lasagna. Ooh, I don't think I've heard of a fish lasagna either, actually. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is a lot of them call for butter. And a lot of them call for pretty much all of them call for butter and cream. So I think butter and milk. Garlic could have also gone in a lot of other pasta dishes. It can, but is it necessarily essential? Butter, milk, cheese. This is exactly the same as mac and cheese right now, which is kind of fitting. It's kind of. I mean, we can have recipes that are the same. The game has like cookies and chocolate cake are the same recipe. There's a precedent there. I'm not too worried about that. So what distinguishes fettuccine Alfredo from mac and cheese? Could add shrimp or an herb. I definitely think herb. Yeah, shrimp could be interesting, actually. Garlic is always essential. Mac and cheese, too. Alfredo milk. Just instead of all this, we just use mac and cheese as an ingredient. Garlic is a must in Alfredo. Okay, we'll use garlic as the delineator between the two of them there. Do all of these seem essential to fettuccine Alfredo? Isn't Alfredo always with mushrooms? I didn't see mushrooms in any of the recipes that I have here. I'll put twice as much cheese to mac and cheese. You know what? Actually, I do kind of like that. I feel like cheese 2 for mac and cheese. I kind of like that. Emphasize the cheese. I think I like that. I think I like the vibes on that. Don't usually see mushrooms in Alfredo. Cheese is a core element of mac and cheese. I mean, it's there in the name. It's right in the name. We gotta have it. Naturally. Okay. Butter, milk, cheese, garlic. Yes. Locking it in. Ravioli. Now, we already have Squid Ink ravioli in the game. Does it make sense to also have just regular ravioli? Or should we leave Squid Ink ravioli alone and not encroach upon its turf? What kinds of ravioli are there? There's eel and spicy eel. That's true. I feel like if we want to make ravioli, we got to make it like a distinct kind of ravioli, though. Kinds of ravioli. Baked ravioli, crab ravioli, spinach ricotta ravioli, butternut squash ravioli, chestnut ravioli, pumpkin ravioli, tomato ravioli, sweet potato ravioli, lobster ravioli. What's a good ravioli filling? Spinach and ricotta, butternut squash. seafood such as lobster or salmon. I do think lobster ravioli could kind of go crazy. Mushroom ravioli sounds good. I'm kind of leaning into lobster ravioli because that is... you don't use lobster in a lot of other places. Chanterelle and morel ravioli could be very gourmet. Ooh, that's a good point. Chanterelle isn't used anywhere, really. Morel is used, like... I think in, like, fried mushrooms or something like that. A mushroom ravioli could be good. And it would also be a little bit more distinct from squid ink ravioli, because, like, lobster ravioli and squid ink ravioli, then you got, like, 2 seafood raviolis. So maybe we go with a mushroom ravioli instead. I think I like mushroom ravioli here. Okay. Pasta dough. Non-negotiable. And obviously the mushrooms. Need an analysis on underutilized Stardew cooking items. We really do. That would actually be very helpful. Oh, wild mushroom ravioli. Who's going to be mad at more seafood? Certainly not me. Okay. Chanterelle. I like the idea of having chanterelle. I also like the name wild mushroom ravioli. It's a good shout. Chanterelle and morel. What else? What else is important to ravioli? Cheese? I was going to say cheese. I think that might be good, actually. As just like a basic foundation for a ravioli? Is that good? Cheese and any herb? Herbs? Should we do like a dried herb or like a fresh herb? I think goat cheese is a good call. Actually, I do kind of like that as well. I do feel like raviolis often lean into the goat cheese angle. Make it a little more gourmet. Goat cheese and then dried herbs. And anytime I add like dried herbs, I tend to just do like basic dried herbs. Use whatever you want. Thyme would be good with mushrooms. Pasta dough, chanterelle, morel, goat cheese, dried herbs. I think I like it. I think I'm locking it in. Thyme or sage. What was the winter savory gag? I was trying to come up with herbs that you could grow in winter, and turns out it's kind of hard. I think this is either dried herbs or thyme. Let me see if I used thyme in many other places yet. I've only used it once so far, with fried mushrooms, to be fair. So you know what? That could be like a little identifying thing with thyme, is that it goes with the mushrooms. Goes well with mushroom dishes, which I think is just like true to life. Yeah, you know what? Lock it in. Lock it in. I like it. Dried herbs, do they come from a dehydrator or a different machine? They come from a dehydrator. More uses for the dehydrator, never a bad thing. The stream is making you hungry now. Thankfully, I had a nice big breakfast before I did this stream. Carbonara. Carbonara recipe. Creamy carbonara. I don't really know what carbonara is. Looks like it might be another one that's just like more of like a, let's see, types of carbonara. Because it looks like it might just be like a base. Similar to how like these other ones are, where it's not like there's a specific one that's going to be carbonara. Usually bacon too. Well, we can't do bacon. Eggs and pasta. You really need bacon for carbonara. What if I look up like vegan carbonara? Or vegetarian carbonara. That way we can at least, like, maybe get the eggs in there. Let's see. Egg yolks, Parmesan-style cheese, olive oil, chestnut mushrooms. Shrimp carbonara is good. Pepper definitely required for that when you need fat. Okay, we'll pasta dough. Non-negotiable. Egg. No milk or cream in carbonara unless you want Italians messaging you. I do think egg seems like an important one here. Best ever vegan carbonara. Pasta, asparagus carbonara. Linguine. Has to have cheese. Look up shrimp carbonara. Shrimp carbonara. Easy creamy shrimp carbonara. I can see shrimp carbonara working here. Creamy sauce is made by mixing the egg yolks with cheese. Okay, so let's go egg. Do we go shrimp carbonara? Or do we? Yeah, I think we gotta commit to something here. Shrimp carbonara. Pasta dough, egg, cheese, shrimp. And I saw a lot of people saying black pepper. Which I'm always a fan of looking for use cases for black pepper. In the context of the mod here, especially. Does that feel good? Mallow starts growing in January. Is it winter savory enough? I've already got the herbs figured out for like which ones I want growing in winter. They're not 100% accurate. If I want to add more herbs in the future, I will consider it though. But yeah, right now we're not looking for more ingredients specifically. Right now we're just mainly looking into these recipes. Bolognese. Bolognese is very tomato, right? Bolognese recipe. Spaghetti bolognese. Allison's bolognese. Thanks, Allison. Bolognese sauce recipe. Should this be called spaghetti bolognese or just bolognese is fine? Garlic cloves onion. Beef, dry red wine, bouillon cubes, crushed tomato, tomato paste. White sugar, Worcestershire sauce, bay leaves, thyme, cooking salt, and black pepper. Eggplant is very meat adjacent. It is often used in places, in like vegetarian dishes, in place of meat. Case in point, the survival burger in Stardew Valley. Let's see. Butter, onion, carrots, celery, garlic. A lot of vegetables. Freshly ground black pepper. Wine. Wine again. Milk. Can of tomatoes, beef stock, eggplant bolognese, eggplant bolognese. Quite common, tofu bolognese. We do have tofu in this, yeah, we do actually have tofu. Is tofu bolognese a thing? Tofu bolognese, tofu bolognese. Yeah, it is very much a thing. And we already do have eggplant parmesan. So I feel like instead of going eggplant bolognese, I feel like tofu bolognese could definitely be a more interesting option here. Let's see. Tofu bolognese. Marinara sauce, spaghetti. Obviously, you're going to need tofu. Okay. Better call it vegan bolognese then. I mean, I think tofu bolognese captures it. Is our pasta dough vegan? I should have looked at... Let me see. Pasta dough. My pasta dough recipe has egg in it. Is this okay? I can always change that if I need to. If I want to make more vegan potential options. Should have eggs in it. And tap out early, just feeling rough. Sorry to hear that, Antonia. Wishing you the best. Sending you much love, much healing vibes. Take care of yourself. Okay, tofu bolognese. This is going to be pasta, dough, tofu, tomato, I think. What else beyond that? This recipe calls for liquid smoke. That's a new one. Soy sauce, olive oil, garlic powder. You think onion? Let's see here. Tofu bolognese. Don't press the tofu. Season it well. Maybe some herbs? I was thinking probably herbs here, yeah. Aromatics. Onion, carrot, celery, and garlic. Potential aromatics. Let's see. Apparently carrot could work here. Let's look at our vanilla. How many times have I used carrot? Carrot? Some of these might be cave carrot as well. I've got one carrot there. Carrot in the vegetable medley. Carrot in the survival burger. That's cave carrot. That's also cave carrot. Carrot in the stir fry. Carrot in the coleslaw. Okay. What about yellow onion? Got it in 4 places. Okay. We have a carrot recipe to offer. Don't worry, we'll get to the carrot. What about celery? Celery, I've only gotten 3 things right now. Parsnip soup, trout soup, and stuffing. Garlic. What have I used garlic for so far? Bruschetta, fiddlehead risotto, escargot, tropical curry, and spaghetti. It seems like right now celery might be the most underused of the potential options here. How do we feel about celery? Liquid smoke, coal in the oil press? I kind of like that idea. Bad? No celery in there? Celery does feel a little weird in here. I can't quite explain why, but... I think this feels like a yellow onion situation. Yellow onion and then dried herbs. Tofu, tomato, yellow onion, dried herbs. I like it. Pesto pasta. What's pesto made of? Pesto pasta. Basil? Pasta and pesto? Hear me out? Pesto pasta. Pasta dough? Basil? Oil. And that's it. Pine cone? What the heck are you... You're telling me pine cone? Basil times 2? I can get behind that. More basil. There's no oil in pesto? What's in the pesto sauce beyond basil? How do you make the sauce? Pesto sauce recipe. A lot of people saying pine nuts. Pine nuts, pine cone, pine nuts. There's absolutely oil in pesto. That's definitely, I mean, I've had pesto before. It's oily. All of these need garlic, but we can't overindulge the garlic. Let me see. Basil, fresh garlic, pine nuts, yeah. Yes, we can. Garlic, basil, pine nuts again. And extra virgin olive oil is also in here. Just jumping between a few different recipes. Basil leaves, pine nuts, minced garlic, olive oil. Okay. Olive oil. Pine cone feels weird. Pine cone does feel weird, but we don't have pine nuts. I'd have to either add pine nuts or just be comfortable using pine cones. It would be so funny. I think I'm fine using pine cones. I think are they 2 words in Stardew? Pine cone. It is, okay. I'm doing cornflowers. You know what? Valid. Pine cone? Is just one pine cone enough? Is just one pine cone enough? Pine nuts are the seeds from pine cones. Okay. Pasta dough, basil, olive oil, pine cone. Garlic. Oh, I mean, I have 1 garlic here. We can throw in another garlic. I tip my hat to garlic on this one. I was tempted not to do it because, like, all of these so far, pretty much all of these, we have got 5 ingredients on. And bear in mind, we don't need 5 ingredients. Dare I say, we don't want necessarily 5 ingredients in everything. We can go to 5 ingredients, but not all of them should necessarily hit that threshold. That said, a lot of these recipes do make sense, so. Okay. Pad Thai. Very unfamiliar with Pad Thai, to be honest. I don't know if I've ever had it. Pad Thai recipe. Our Pad Thai... Are Pad Thai noodles, like... Are they made from pasta dough, or what are they made from? Like, could you make it from a classic pasta dough? They're rice noodles. Argon's hearing none of it, though. What am I not hearing? Hold on a second. Pine cone plus seed maker. I'm fine just leaving pine cone as it is for right now, for the pine nuts. I'm putting a hard stance right now. I'm not adding any more ingredients. I'm not adding any more ingredients unless it's, like, super duper necessary. I'd be more inclined to get rid of a recipe that requires an ingredient that I don't have than to add a new ingredient. There's always going to be more ideas for more ingredients, for more things we can do, for more different interactions with machines. I have to draw the line somewhere. And like I said, I'm willing to work on this mod going forward in the future still. So, like, other ideas that don't make it into, like, this iteration of the mod, they can still be added later on. You don't think Pad Thai can be done with what we've got? Yeah, not adding ingredients for one recipe. That doesn't make sense. Can Pad Thai not be effectively communicated with what we currently have? Rice noodles are a tricky one. Pad Thai noodles. Rice noodle recipe? It goes into rice noodles. Rice noodle recipes. This isn't telling you how to make rice noodles. This is telling you what you can do with rice noodles. We don't have rice flour, no. Really needs to be rice noodles. Okay. We might have to axe pad thai for right now. And maybe maybe that'll be something that'll be good to add in the next, like, in like the first update, I would say. We look at rice flour, and then we can look at various rice noodle dishes. Lean into the more like Asian cuisine, because a lot of Asian cuisine does call for rice noodles, right? 07. Is ramen also rice noodles? Ramen is not. Ramen is always wheat noodles. Type of noodles in ramen. There's a lot of ramen varieties. Ramen is made with a ramen noodle. It's generally a wheat noodle. Generally a wheat noodle. Okay, yeah. She doesn't trust us. I'm just verifying, you know? I'm verifying all my sources. Okay. So ramen makes sense with pasta dough, then. With our basic wheat flour-based pasta dough. Makes sense. Now, where the heck do you go from there? Because ramen is so, like, customizable. You could do so many things with ramen. Egg? Miso. We don't have miso. Spring onion, seaweed. Egg, seaweed, tofu. We do have like vegetable broth. We do have like a broth type situation. Definitely salt. There's so many options floating through chat. Egg, seaweed, bok choy. Broth is a good idea. Yeah, like we have like one of the new artisan things we're adding in this mod is a soup. It's like a soup cauldron for making broth. So you can make broth out of like we could do a specific like flavor of broth if we want to get really technical with it. Like how is miso made? Is miso like let's miso definition. Made from fermented soybeans. Is it a type of broth? Fermented soy. It's a soybean paste. So miso itself is not a broth, it's a paste. It's like a paste, okay. It can be made into a broth, though. Miso broth can be made from miso soybean paste. Make it into a broth, and then it'll be miso soup. Miso soup is diluted paste. Would we use miso for anything else? If I were to consider adding miso for ramen, would we use it for anything else? Not immediately, I don't think. I'd have to add, like, more stuff. We could add a miso soup, yeah. Did I have miso soup added in here? Not in all these other soups, no. Use miso for some desserts down the line. Yes, you do. Oh, I do have miso soup right there. Yeah, it's right. I was just glancing over it. We do have soybeans. We do have soybeans. I feel like the stars are pointing me towards adding miso in some sort of capacity here. What happens if is like miso, is it called miso broth? Miso broth recipe. The ultimate miso broth. Miso paste. Uses for miso paste. Savory element in pasta sauces. Miso oatmeal bowl. Miso chocolate chip cookies. Miso. It's pretty versatile. From all the results that I'm seeing here. Like, here's what I'm thinking. Like, we could have some way to process soybeans, which are in the mod. We have soybeans in the mod. Process soybeans into miso, and then into miso paste, which I think I would just call miso straight up. It adds umami. Pasta dough, miso soup, egg, bok choy, and seaweed. Soybeans into a preserve jar for miso paste. You can use the soup as a base. Yeah, I think I like that. Okay. I like that. Alright. So let's go with... I'll add the details for miso and stuff after the fact. I'm not gonna add it right now, but it does feel like this is a rare opportunity where I feel like miso is something that is important enough that I can add it here. So miso soup. Pasta dough, miso soup. Back to ramen. Back to ramen. Preserves jar makes sense to you? Makes sense to me too, if it's like fermented soybeans. Egg. I'm seeing egg, bok choy, and seaweed. I did see a lot of that thrown around there. That sounds pretty good. That feels like ramen. If we're boiling ramen down to 5 ingredients, this feels like a pretty solid representation. Alright, we're locking that in. We are locking that one in. Egg noodles. Egg. Done. No. Okay. How do you make egg noodles? Pasta dough plus egg. Egg noodles recipe. Easy egg noodles recipe. Homemade egg noodles. Flour, salt, eggs, milk, butter. They're made the same way you make pasta dough. Homemade egg noodles. They do seem to be pretty much the same as, like, pasta dough. With just more egg, maybe? It's just kind of a pasta, not really a dish. Yeah, like, egg noodle, I feel like you would use to make something else. But there's no reason that we can't add egg noodles on... There's, like, plain egg noodles on their own as well. Like, some recipes in the game, it's fine for some recipes to be, like, we have a lot of complexity here, right? We have a lot of complexity. I feel like sometimes something just like egg noodles being like a thing is fine, but they feel a bit redundant. Difference seems to be the preparation and the type of wheat used. They're just an ingredient, I feel. Are egg noodles used in pho? What kind of noodles are used in pho? Noodle DLC. Pasta doesn't always contain eggs, which means you can make a vegan pasta. Well, egg noodles definitely always contain egg. It's rice noodles in pho? Rice noodles again. Okay. You know what? There's too much uncertainty here on both of these. Well, rice noodles, we're skipping rice noodle dishes for right now, so pho. And then egg noodles. I feel like I want to add more recipes that actually call for egg noodles before I add egg noodles, so I'm going to skip that as well. Alright. And these are our pastas. These are the pastas to be added for the version 1.0 of the complex cooking mod. Need noodle update. Noodle DLC. Alright, here we go. Soups. Miscellaneous, get back down there. Get back down there. Tomato soup. It looks like a pretty solid number of pastas for sure. Good number of use cases for pasta dough. Tomato soup. My first soup is tomato soup. Look, I didn't make the choice. I didn't choose this. I did not choose this. A lot of these were recommendations from chat, and one of the first recommendations was tomato soup. Are we thinking like a cream of tomato? Or just like thick and creamy tomato soup? Like when I think of a tomato soup, I do think of like a creamy tomato soup. This feels like a tomato, milk, and vegetable broth. This feels like a tomato soup to me. Tomato times 2. Two tomatoes? That's a lot of tomato. But it is tomato soup. Very, very tomato forward. Celery? Thick and creamy tomato soup recipe. Let me look at some recipes here. Milk is insane. Butter, carrots, onions, tomatoes. Well, I'm thinking of like, because I'm thinking of like a creamy soup, but we don't have cream, right? So I'm thinking of milk in place of the cream. Tomato is thick. Tomato soup is thick, not creamy. Tomatoes, garlic, cloves, olive oil, soup. Let's see. This one calls for cream as well. Vegetable stock and cream. Did I get rid of cream? Yeah, I'm basically using milk wherever cream applies because cream felt a little bit redundant. A seasonless tomato soup. Butter, onions, garlic, tomato paste, sherry, tomato, cherry tomatoes, broth, cream. Like a lot of these, pretty much all of these are calling for cream. Every recipe for tomato soup that I see calls for cream. I did just find one that doesn't. Just like a pint of cream or a tablespoon. The ones I've been seeing have been like half a cup of cream. Tomato soup. Wikipedia. Traditional tomato soup. Gazpacho. Tomato borscht. A drizzle at the end. All right, people are taking umbrage with the cream, and it doesn't seem like it's strictly necessary. So, 2 tomatoes and some vegetable broth, and some kind of herb, maybe, or do we just leave it like this? Don't take it out. Here in the UK, you get cream of tomato. Vegetable broth will have seasoning. Vegetable broth does have seasoning in it. Yeah, the way it's made in the game, it does have seasoning because you use like a bouillon cube and some vegetable. How's it made? You basically combine a bouillon cube with a vegetable in a soup cauldron, and that makes a broth in the context of this mod. I'll show you. Let's see, vegetable broth. Process any vegetable or forage in a soup cauldron with a bouillon cube. Now the bouillon cube, you may be wondering, how does that get made? You craft that with oil, salt, and dried herbs. So there's already herbs / seasoning baked into the bouillon cube. Who knew tomato soup would be so controversial? Milk makes it tomato bisque. I guess it depends on whether we want to go with just like basic, like a tomato soup, or if we do want to go with something like cream of tomato bisque. If we want to go something a little more niche, a little more fine-tuned, which probably would be good, just to give it a little more like identity, right? Doesn't a bisque have to be seafood? I don't think so. I feel like in my mind, cream of tomato. Should this be cream of tomato soup? Or just cream of tomato? Cream of tomato recipe. Creamy tomato soup. I don't think cream of tomato. I've definitely heard cream of tomato, but a lot of these are saying creamy tomato. Creamy tomato soup. Tomato, milk, aka cream. Vegetable broth. And I think that's good. I think soups are something you can you could customize soups as the day is long, obviously. Maybe we add more like things in the future here, but I think I like this. Okay, potato and leek soup. Potato. And you might think I'm crazy for this one. Leek. Vegetable broth. What else does it look? What else does this one look like? Potato and leek soup. Leek and potato soup. This one is a creamier soup by the looks of it. A thick and creamy French soup. So this is another milk soup. Milk. Salt. Salt is already factored into the vegetable broth, is my thinking, right? The vegetable broth is already going to be salty. Leek and potato soup. Recipe. Butter, leeks, potatoes, stock, cream, black pepper, croutons. Interesting. Recipe. Let's see. Butter, leeks, garlic, black pepper, bay leaf, broth, lemon juice, sour cream. Heavy cream, potatoes, chicken broth, cornstarch, salt and pepper to taste, leeks, butter. A lot of them are calling for butter specifically. Classic leek and potato soup. Let me see. Butter. Not much butter, though. It's like a tablespoon of butter. Celery, salt and pepper to taste. I think I'm going to leave it here. I think I'm just going to leave it at that. It doesn't seem like it's much butter in any of these recipes, even though they all do call for butter. It's not like a huge amount. Okay. French dip. French dip recipe. French dip is a sandwich? That's what I was thinking. Why is it under soups? Is French dip a soup? French dip soup. French dip, French onion soup. I mean, French onion soup is right there. I feel like French dip is not a soup. French dip soup? French dip soup. It's a fruit. Maybe it is a soup, actually. Easy French dip sandwiches. I always think of French dip as like a dipping sauce for like a sandwich for sure, yeah. I feel like we've got French onion here. I think we're getting rid of French dip in this one. I'm going straight to French onion soup. French onion soup. Now I have a guess. I have a guess as to what might be in this one. Let's see. French onion soup recipe. Onion, vegetable broth, cheese, bread. Let's see. Onions. 3 pounds of medium yellow onions. Olive oil, thyme leaves. Dry white wine, vegetable broth. Yugoon got it. French onion soup. I do often think of French onion soup as having that cheesiness to it, yeah. No, I think Yugoon, you might have it right, actually. Yellow onion. Is this like... I feel like this might be a 2 yellow onion situation. Cheese. Vegetable broth. The cheese crouton is essential. Topping baguette slices. Okay. The bread is important for the French onion soup, eh? Cheese on bread. And wine. How important is the wine for the French onion soup? Showing up in lots of recipes. This one has it, the other one had it. French bread or baguette. Wine is crazy, approving. French onion soup. White wine. Yeah, a lot of them are calling for wine. The onion is the broth? Wait, is there not like... There's not like onion, like... Are there onion pieces in a French onion soup? I'm trying to think. I've had French onion soup before. How you make the liquid base usually. So the broth is the onion. Caramelized onions with cheese on top. You don't need vegetable broth to be in it. You don't think you really taste the wine. There can be onion pieces. There should be whole onions in the soup. What do we feel about this? Yellow onion, and specifically onion broth. Just one yellow onion, and then specifically, instead of just vegetable broth, general onion broth. We can do that. That's within our power. And then cheese and bread. We have a few different kinds of bread. Should we allow just like general any bread? Or we have brioche, sourdough, focaccia, pita bread, cornbread, and way up here somewhere I've replaced just the regular bread in the game with a baguette. So probably baguette makes the most sense here, right? Baguette, yeah. Baguette. Okay. Yellow onion, onion broth, cheese, and baguette. Are we happy with that? I think we're happy with that. Gotta hold up to the liquid. Yeah, baguettes are nice and tough. French onion pita would be funny, though. Alright, I like it. Egg drop soup. Now, this sounds really good. I don't think this is another one I've never had. I'm exposing how how little cuisine I've actually tried, honestly. A lot of these I have not tried before. Egg drop soup recipe. Let's have a look. Start looking around. Let's see. Chicken broth, cornstarch, sesame oil, kosher salt, white pepper, eggs, soy sauce, scallions. Egg drop soup. Ooh, that looks so good, actually. Let's see. Vegetable stock, cornstarch, seasonings, eggs, sesame oil, and green onions. See this one? Broth, ham, scallions, ginger, white peppercorns, cornstarch again, but it's very little cornstarch in every case. I don't think cornstarch, even though cornstarch is showing up in all of these, I feel like it's not like you wouldn't normally think of it as a thing. Tablespoon of cornstarch. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Stock, enoki mushrooms, green onions, eggs. This feels like a egg. 2 eggs, maybe? Spring onion. Why does this feel right to me? Vegetable broth. Just 1 egg per serving? Not 2 eggs? That would be too eggy. Plus 2. What about 2 spring onions, though? Or is that too much spring? Spring onions have a pretty strong flavor, actually, I think. So I think just 1 spring onion is fine. And ginger? Ginger showed up in one of these recipes. Soy sauce actually showed up a couple times as well. Does soy sauce feel good for egg drop soup? Green onion, eggs, soy sauce. Very little soy sauce, though. Very little ginger, very little soy sauce. I'm not using soy sauce in a lot of other places, though. I'd say corn. Corn hasn't showed up in any of these. That's interesting, though. Yeah, I feel like soy sauce kind of makes sense here for the umami. Never use a lot of soy sauce all at once. That's true. That's true. Still vote corn for ramen. We gotta find more places to use corn. You know what I realized in research for this? Is that I don't think there's any recipe in the base game that calls for corn. Okay, tortilla. But, like, that's it. That's kind of crazy that there's the only thing you make with corn in the base game is the tortilla. That's so wild, because corn is such, like, a ubiquitous, like, vegetable. At least I find it. I thought you find it, like, all over the place, but I guess I haven't been using it much myself either, so. Egg corn drop soup. Add popcorn. Yeah, corn's in so many foods. 5 corn in a dehydrator makes popcorn? I kind of like that. I might go through these in the future and see, like, which ones I could add, like, corn or something into. I'll stop pushing corn into ramen if you add popcorn. I mean, popcorn would be kind of an easy one. There's already a sprite for popcorn in the game. It comes pre-sprited. No extra work for Atomic Diamond. Alright. Leave it right there for now, though. I think that's good for egg drop soup. Minestrone soup. Minestrone soup. Let's see here. That's a lot of ingredients. That is a lot of ingredients. Holy cow. Olive oil, carrots, celery stalks, zucchini, yellow bell pepper, onion, crushed red pepper flakes, kosher salt, black pepper, chicken broth, diced tomatoes, dried basil, dried oregano, turmeric, canned kidney beans, canned white beans. Wait, don't you need beans? We don't have beans in this. Are beans like a pretty big important part of minestrone soup? They definitely are. The only bean in the game is the green bean. That doesn't feel like it would be good for minestrone soup. You don't have to use beans? I definitely thought minestrone was like the bean soup. I thought it was like the whole big deal. If I did soy... Oh, that's true. We do have soybeans. You've had it without beans? It's a tomato soup. We already have a tomato soup. Creamy tomato soup. It's full of starchy beans. Minestrone soup, important ingredients. What if I just look that up? Onion and garlic. Those are the only important ingredients for minestrone soup, according to this. What happens if I turn off... What does AI say about it? Onion, carrot, and celery. Canned tomato. I don't trust you, AI, but sometimes it's just fun to see what you say. They're not even giving me... This is the thing. I'm not even getting anything out of the AI that I'm not already getting out of the other results here. Vegetable broth, onion, and garlic. Tomato, carrot, onion, garlic, soup broth. Tomato, pasta, and onions are essential, along with some kind of vegetable. Kale would be good. Best minestrone soup recipe. We have just like a look at like minestrone soup pictures. Minestrone soup. They're very vegetable heavy and very... Yeah, there is pasta in them. Does kale get used in anything? Kale's used in stir fry, I think. But kale could be good in this as well, by the looks of it. A lot of them do have beans, but it doesn't look like all of them have beans. What is the broth like a... Is it just like a standard like vegetable broth, or is it like a there's not a specific like kind of broth for this, is it? It could be like a tomato broth. Very basic vegetable broth. Do we have pasta as an ingredient? We have pasta dough. So you could like factor in like pasta dough and just assume that you're making the pasta as you're making the soup. It's got to have tomato as well. So how about pasta dough, tomato? Is there a reason it's called pasta dough and not just pasta? Well, because pasta dough can be cooked into many different kinds of pasta, right? Like, you'd use it to make all sorts of different shapes of pasta for these various different pasta dishes here. Versus if you heard just pasta, then you would think like it's just gonna be like one shape of pasta. That's how my brain works anyway. It's all still pasta. That is true. That is true, but I feel like this just makes more sense in the context of the cooking process. Okay, pasta dough, tomato, vegetable broth. I feel like these are the 3 non-negotiable things with minestrone. I do like kale as well. And I feel like we can add a 5th, because it seems like so in-depth. Kale and carrot. Is there a world where we add soybeans to this? We haven't really used soybeans for too much here. And it would be a kind of a nod to the fact that minestrone soup does often incorporate beans. Not soybean, not the right flavor. Soybeans would feel a bit weird. Onion makes more sense to you. Onion or carrot. Could do green beans. I mean, yeah, that's the other option. It's either soybean or green bean with the options that we have in the game already. We grow pinto beans. We could do a lot with pinto beans. I definitely do think beans will be a thing that I want to add in the future, but for right now, I'm going to stay away from it. Yeah, green beans don't feel right either. I do think in this situation, this may be one that gets changed further down the line once I do consider adding beans in. In my heart of hearts, carrot. Tomato, kale, carrot, vegetable broth, pasta dough. That feels minestrone. I like it. Matzo ball soup. Just leave it as the rare 4-ingredient recipe. No, I think minestrone is so, like, varied that it kind of needs the complexity there. Matzo ball soup. Recipe. I mean, you got the matzo ball right in there, so obviously the very most important thing is the matzo ball. Broth, carrot, celery, yellow onion. The matzo balls are made from what? Flour? What is matzo meal? Yeah, what is matzo? Matzo ball recipe. How does one make a matzo ball? Matzo meal. Does it need a specific... What is matzo meal? Cooked flour crackers. It's like cornmeal? What is matzo meal? Matzo meal is made by grinding matzo, a traditional Jewish unleavened bread that is also known as matzah or matzo. Matzo bread is made by mixing flour and water, rolling it out thin, then baking it in an extremely hot oven. It can be soft and pliable or cracker crisp. It's a kind of bread, huh? Matzo meal is a kind of breadcrumb. Maybe breads would work. Yeah, maybe one of the breads. Soft and pliable, you're doing it wrong. Matzo is a thin bread that is unleavened and traditionally enjoyed during Passover. We could add matzo. We have the ability to add more breads here. If we have all the components of matzo bread, we could probably add matzo bread, and then that's a... Because a lot of these breads are just kind of here on their own anyway. Okay. Matzo. Matzo bread. How does one make matzo bread? Isn't pita bread close? It might be close, but it doesn't. It feels like this should be its own thing. If we're gonna have matzo, matzo ball soup, it's not close. I have no idea. I'm just talking. I'm just out here talking. Okay. Can we use bread dough, just basic bread dough, as a start for matzo bread? It has flour, yeast, and salt. That is the basic bread dough that's in the game. That's in the mod here. Is that a start for matzo bread? Can't have yeast? Okay, can't have yeast. No yeast. So matzo bread is going to be one that does not actually use bread dough specifically. So this is going to be flour. You don't want it to rise. It's just flour and water. Mixing flour and water, rolling it out, and then baking it. Okay, so it's just flour because we don't have water. So the recipe for matzo bread is just flour. In that case, why are we even adding it? If it's just going to be flour, if it's not anything crazy like that, why don't we just add flour into the matzo soup recipe? Just breadcrumbs? Question? Shoot. What's the recipe for tortilla? Tortilla recipe. Actually, hold on. I may have changed some of these things here. Let's see. Tortilla recipe I've changed to masa, or masa dough, and oil. That is the recipe for a tortilla. How are we making dough? Masa dough is corn flour, baking powder, and salt. Water isn't a cooking ingredient, it's just there. Yeah, no, I thought briefly about adding water. You see a major problem? Uh-oh, time to scrap the whole mod. What's the problem? I think we need to add water. I don't, but I don't see why we would have to. Because so many recipes require water. I think it's just implied that you are using water when you're cooking. You're in the kitchen. I mean, technically you can make the argument, oh, what if you're using a cookout kit or something? Yeah, the kitchen has a sink. This is so weird. I wasn't here before, but that's not how masa or tortillas are done. I mean, I kind of just guessed based on my research into masa and tortillas. I'm not sure exactly, so I don't know. I may have to revisit the masa side of things. That's one area of the mod that I'm not sure about because I'm not familiar with masa. Otherwise, every pasta dish will need 6 ingredients. Yeah, we'd have to add water to, like, so many things. Yeah, there's implied water. If anyone has a better idea for, like, how masa or, like, tortillas and how the whole process works there, I'd need to do more research on that, probably. Yeah, implied water. Implied water is the way to go. Look at your matzo ball soup suggestion. Flour, vegetable broth, onion, celery, carrot. Don't you need, like, wasn't egg an important part of the matzo ball? Or not? No egg? Egg, no celery. Matzo balls. Matzo ball recipe. 3 large eggs. Matzo meal. Teaspoon of salt, baking powder, cracked pepper. Will help with the masa tortilla stuff. I appreciate that. Thank you. Didn't think there was egg in it. Matzo ball soup. Eggs are needed to make it stick together. 15 matzo balls. 4 large eggs. Matzo meal. Ground nutmeg. You need eggs? Okay. Matzo ball soup. Flour. Egg. And then what else did you say, Suze? Broth, onion, and carrot? And get rid of the celery? Or broth, carrot. We already have onion in a few different places. I think I'd rather nix the onion and keep the celery around. So it would be something like celery, carrot, vegetable broth. I'm just going to shorten this to broth for right now. There's no other kinds of broth in the game anyway. 2 flour. We could do like flour. Well, we need extra eggs as well. I feel like because like a lot of these are calling for like at least like 3 or 4 eggs, which you kind of want to scale back for the purposes of like balance in the game a little bit, but extra eggs may be important here. There's onion broth. We could do a specific kind of broth. But I'm only using onion broth here specifically for French onion soup because it's like such a central thing to this. I don't think onion broth would be like a central thing for a matzo ball soup. Right? Would that be 7 ingredients then? So my rule for the 5 ingredient thing is 5 distinct ingredients. You can have multiple copies of any ingredient, but 5 distinct ingredients. So flour, egg, celery, carrot, and broth. And that's where I would stop. But yeah, you can have multiple copies of any of those. You accept celery then, but maybe parsley? I would have to get rid of something to add parsley here. Would you put parsley over carrot? How do you make vegetable broth? It is with a bouillon cube and a vegetable or forage. Celery. I think I like this. I'm going to leave it here for right now. Herbs would be nice to get in there, but I feel like these are going to be more important. Wonton soup. Wonton. Is this like, because aren't wontons like traditionally like meat based? Is there like a vegetarian wonton soup? Vegetarian wonton soup. Daisy's got something here. Pasta dough, shrimp. Oh, shrimp. Oh yeah, you know, that makes sense. I didn't think about fish. Broth, soy sauce, and bok choy or spring onions. Herbs are implied in the broth. That is true as well, yeah. You know what, Daisy? I feel like you kind of hit the nail on the head here. Pasta dough, shrimp, broth, soy sauce, spring onion, or bok choy. I feel bok choy on this one. Do we like that for wonton soup? Wonton soup with bok choy, spring onions, or kale. I think this feels pretty good, yeah. That's pretty spot on there. Okay. Miso soup. I haven't added miso paste officially as like an item yet, but we're factoring it in because it's part of ramen here. So this would be miso. Should I call it just miso or miso paste? Shiso soup. Okay, +2. Miso soup. Just miso or miso paste? I think miso paste. Is there anything else like does okay, miso soup. Let me see here. Miso soup. Is there broth involved in miso soup? Like a classic, just like vegetable broth, or is it like a special? Is it a specific kind of broth, like a miso broth itself? Implied water. Water. Vegetable broth is fine. Miso paste. Tofu, seaweed, cockles. Now that's an interesting one. Do we have fish broth? We do not have fish broth within how the game currently works, no. Within how the mod currently works, I should say. This recipe calls for vegetable broth. Nori, miso paste, tofu. I think this feels like a miso paste, tofu, seaweed, broth. I'm on the fence on whether to keep the broth in there, but that seems right. Tortillas are made with masa only, no oil involved in the process. If you add oil, it'd be more like tortilla chips. Okay, so out for that. Tortilla here. So it would just be the masa. I do want to get this one right because I was not sure about masa dough. I was a little iffy when I was looking into it. Because masa is a pretty it's a term used for like a lot of different things. I appreciate that, Pinglers. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Do we have broth and vegetable broth or both? Anywhere you see broth, it's implied vegetable broth because that's the only kind of broth that we have. The broth is made from... Here, I'll start writing out vegetable broth, just to be clear. Vegetable... Because I've been writing it out on the other ones. Vegetable broth. Vegetable broth. Miso paste means it doesn't really need broth. Yeah, you know what? I feel like vegetable broth feels weird in this one because I only saw like one recipe that called for it in miso soup. No broth for this one. Green onions for miso soup. Let me see. I'm looking at images and I'm seeing green onions in a lot of them. You need a liquid with seasonings. There is implied water, but water doesn't have the seasonings. We could just add, like, seasonings on its own. For miso, you usually do fish broth. Can't wait to see the debate on vegetable soup. Vegetable soup is so crazy. Implied seasonings. We can't do implied seasonings. I'll leave vegetable broth. It's pretty much across every single one of these. Is in every single one of our soups. I'm gonna leave it there. All right, vegetable soup. I'm gonna leave the spring onions out of the miso soup for right now as well, just to keep it a bit more simple here. Leave it at 4 instead of 5. All right, vegetable soup. Now, okay. Vegetable. What if I just look up vegetable soup recipe? Just look at images of vegetable soup. I'm seeing carrots. I'm seeing celery. I'm seeing corn. I'm seeing broccoli. I'm seeing potato. I'm seeing, like, cucumber. We do not have zucchini in the mod, though. What's your thought, Woolen Feet? What's your thought? Vegetable soup should just be vegetable broth plus any 4 vegetables. I was thinking about that, actually. Just make vegetable broth, vegetable soup, like, very, like, customizable. Like, vegetable 4. And then vegetable broth. Then you can do whatever the heck you want. You can just do what you can put 4 potatoes in there if you want. What's this song? Feels very deja vu. This is a Hollow Knight song. This is Green Path. Of any quality? Yes. I mean, that's how the game's going to interpret it anyway. It does not delineate between qualities. 4 vegetables and corn. You have to have corn. I'm not going to do that, but imagine. Imagine it's like, yeah, you can have whatever vegetables you want, but you have to have corn. You have to in this one. It's the non-negotiable vegetable. It's the only vegetable that is absolutely required to balance out the corn, the lack of corn in other places. All right, finally. Yeah, it doesn't bleed down into here anywhere. Finally, we got broccoli cheddar soup. Now this one feels easy. Broccoli, cheese, vegetable broth. Two broccoli? No, probably just one broccoli. You get a lot of broccoli out of one broccoli, like, head. Is there anything else that needs to be said about broccoli cheddar soup? 2 cheese. Can't believe there's no borscht. We could always add it later, but for right now, we'll leave it right here. Any cheese should count. Most of the time when I'm putting cheese here, I'm gonna make it so that when I actually code it in the mod, that it's like any cheese can work. Some of these will call for specifically like goat cheese, like we had up in the pastas and things. But if you wanted to use goat cheese in your broccoli cheddar soup, the game would probably allow that. Yes. Broccoli soup stinks like farts. I love broccoli soup. What are you saying about my broccoli soup? Broccoli cheddar soup is all-time classic. Broccoli cheddar soup recipe. Let me just see if there's anything like notable that stands out here. Your second replacing broth with milk? Well, replacing feels kind of crazy. Adding milk. Let's see. Broccoli, vegetable oil, black pepper, butter, onion, carrot, garlic. Oh, milk. I mean, it does add a lot of milk. Wait, hold on. Maybe you're onto something here. Don't need milk if we have cheese. Broccoli cheddar soup. Vegetable broth. Like, broccoli cheddar soups that I've had have not been creamy. A lot of the ones that I'm seeing here are creamy, but the ones that I've had are usually not. So I'm going off my own lived experience. Never had that soup before. Let's see, broccoli, mustard, broth. Yeah, I'm seeing more that like don't call for milk or cream or anything. So true, Nightbot. So true! Exclamation point meds. Good call. Good shout, Suze. Good shout. Broccoli, cheese, vegetable broth. Black pepper. I'm shoehorning it in. I like it. This is true. Of all these soups here, probably the one I've had the most is actually broccoli cheddar soup. And this feels true to life for my broccoli cheddar soup experience. I'm locking it in. If not milk or cream, add 2 cheese. Nothing wrong with a little bit extra cheese. Alright. That's our soup section. We've officially narrowed down our soup recipes. Let's look at some miscellaneous stuff here. I think there is still room to maybe add more recipes, but we do have a lot of recipes to add in, so. Alright. We don't have that many here. We don't have that many things here. Deviled eggs. You know what? Guacamole? Good shout. Guacamole. That is one that I wanted to add because we don't have really anything for avocado to do right now. I'll probably go through and add some recipes for ingredients that, like, we haven't used yet. That's the only case that I would want to add more recipes, is if there's, like, something that I haven't really used, then I would want to add something that works with that. Recipes, +2. Alright, deviled eggs. Obviously eggs. Deviled egg recipe. What specifically goes with deviled eggs? It's usually like paprika specifically, right? Crushed red pepper or hot paprika. Mayo, mustard mayo. Dijon mustard. This would be egg. I would say like 2 eggs. Because you can like cut the eggs up into halves. Then you have like a good amount of like deviled eggness there. Let's see. Mustard, mayonnaise, vinegar. Thought it was mustard, but you hated it. You hated eggs. You love this mod? All the ideas are awesome. It's so fun. It's so fun just coming up with these ideas. Chives. Paprika. Traditional deviled eggs recipe. Mayonnaise, mustard. Very little bit of mustard. And we don't have mustard in the game right now. It was something I was on the fence with, as adding like an herb for it or not. But I didn't ultimately end up adding it. I could add it for deviled eggs, but but is mustard absolutely essential for deviled eggs? I feel like it's not, right? There's so little. And just because there's so little doesn't mean it's not necessary, though. It's an easy trap to fall into. Mayo on its own is fine. I feel like mayo, yeah. A lot of these do call for mustard, but okay. Egg. Mayonnaise. I don't have paprika specifically. I thought about adding paprika as like something like you dehydrate peppers to get it. But I think you could just as easily here do just like hot pepper. Dehydrated bell pepper. I haven't actually added bell peppers in. I looked into like how I would want to add bell peppers, where it's like different colors per season, and it gets a little complicated. So I've shelved bell peppers for now. But deviled eggs are calling a lot of the time for like hot pepper or hot sauce. Black pepper could work. Egg, mayonnaise. I'm seeing a good amount of them call for vinegar as well. Paprika. I feel like paprika is kind of implied that that's what the hot pepper's doing. I may change my mind and like add paprika specifically, as like, you know, like you dehydrate hot peppers. vinegar could work instead of mustard. I do feel like vinegar feels right here. I feel like it's missing something, and I think that something is kind of encapsulated with vinegar. Olives? I have never had olives with a deviled egg. I can say that with certainty. I have never once... I've had plenty of deviled eggs in my time, not one with an olive. That may just be my own experience, though. It's actually the pimento that goes in the deviled eggs. Oh, wait, really? Instead of do void eggs instead of a normal egg because deviled? Wait, that's really funny. Wait, I kind of like that. Like, they're like evil deviled eggs? Wait, that's kind of hilarious. Void eggs. That's pretty good. Not your idea originally. I like that. Void egg. Do we go all in void egg plus void mayonnaise? Or do we do void egg with the regular mayonnaise? Void mayonnaise. Hot pepper vinegar. Olives in deviled eggs. I just want to see about this pimento situation. Deviled eggs with green olives. Green olive deviled eggs. It is a thing, for sure. Gotta use it in something besides strange buns. Isn't pimento just Spanish for bell pepper? Is it? Deviled eggs with tuna, olives, and capers. I see waffles there, and I have to know if French toast is also an option because I love French toast. Favorite food of all time for me. I do think French toast could be on the table here. Pimento is its own type of pepper. I'm leaving this. I think this is funny. Deviled egg. I like that. I wouldn't have thought of that. Of doing, like, the void eggs, because they're evil. On whose table? On mine. It was on my... French toast was literally on my table, like, three days ago. Yeah, you just gotta keep it nice and simple. Okay, curry rice. What goes into a curry sauce? Curry sauce recipe. Curry. we need like curry leaves for this. Isn't curry leaves like its own thing? Curry is a spice mix. Yeah, we might have to skip on curry because I don't have like curry. Like, isn't curry like... Yeah, curry leaves are a thing. Okay, we're doing a hot swap. Curry rice. I don't think I have the... I don't have the curry for you. So we're hot swapping for French toast. Yeah, you know, they're so similar. French toast and curry? They're so similar. Come on. Yeah, we could easily just replace one for another. Okay, French toast. What kind of bread are we thinking for French toast, or do we just allow the use of any kind of bread? The options within the current scope of the mod are baguette, brioche, sourdough, focaccia, pita bread, or cornbread. If it was something specific, I think we go brioche. Totally brioche. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad we're all on the same page there. Brioche. Let me think. You need egg, right? Like, the actual process of making French toast, it's like, it's bread, egg, and, you're right, milk. And then for the topping part, the toppings is where you get a little more fancy with it. I do think cinnamon. This is a perfect spot to slot in cinnamon. maple syrup. I mean, to me, it's not French toast without maple syrup. Oh, I would love to be able to fit in, like, powdered sugar or something, too. Ooh. Oh, I'm torn on that, but... French toast... No, I think it's gotta... I think if I'm picking one or the other, maple syrup has to be there over powdered sugar. Yeah. Yeah, that feels French toast. Cinnamon isn't necessary. I do think it's... I think I'd rather have cinnamon on French toast than powdered sugar. Powdered sugar on the waffles, maybe? Ooh, perhaps. Now, waffles. Do you like waffles? Yeah, I like waffles. We don't have, like, a specific, like, dough or anything for waffle. Well, hold on a second. Could we say... I've used this for, I think, pancakes as well. Cake mix. I have cake mix here, which is flour, sugar, baking powder, and salt. Could that be a base for waffle? No? Those don't go in waffle? Not really. They're both batter. It's a stretch. You don't think waffles have baking powder? Let's see. Waffle recipe. Rename it to baking mix. You need leavening for a waffle. Best waffle. Let's see. Flour, wheat germ, cornstarch, baking powder, baking soda. Do baking powder in yours to puff it up. Waffles need to rise a bit. The waffle batter is flour, milk, egg, yeast, and butter. No sugar? No sugar into waffle? Aren't waffles are supposed to be sweet, though? Traditional waffles use baking powder, not yeast. Or no, yeast, not baking powder. Sorry, I had it backwards. Limiting it to 5 ingredients? Yes. Which is why we have to be very specific. Savory crepes, vanilla instead of sugar. Savory waffles are a thing. No sugar in the batter on top, really. Okay. Also made it with maple syrup in the batter, but it can be done without. No sugar in the batter. I am most same for pancakes. I may have to revisit cake mix. My idea for cake mix when I was making the cake mix recipe was to add in and combine all the like dry ingredients that are common in like many cakes. I could change it if I want to use it as more versatile for other things. Cake mix is good. Yeah, like flour, sugar, baking powder, and salt. Those are the common dry ingredients for a lot of cakes. Have a good one there, Yugoon. And Appstar, rest well. Anyone heading out, enjoy. I hope you enjoyed your time here. Waffles. Flour. Egg. Flour, milk, baking powder, and yogurt. We don't have yogurt in this. Cake mix can be used to make waffles. Using cake mix to make waffles. Cake mix waffles. Cake mix waffles recipe. Cake mix waffle. It's a specific thing. We want to lean into the sweetness of the waffles in this case, which I think I probably do. In my mind, waffles. Vibe check my waffles, chat. Cake mix. Egg. Butter. Do I go maple syrup? Maple syrup's not really super required for waffles, but maybe it's required for these waffles? Ooh. I'm thinking of, like, toppings. Oh, milk. Wait, milk is needed here, isn't it? Milk is more important than butter. Egg, milk. I'm thinking toppings. For me... I mean, maple syrup is pretty important. I want to go... In my heart of heart, I'm going strawberry, whipped cream. That's in my heart of heart. If I'm sticking to 5 ingredients, that's where I'm going. Thin waffles or Belgian waffles? I'm thinking of, like, thick waffles. Like, big old, thick Belgian waffles. Fruit instead of strawberry? Like a customizable, like, just any fruit? Any fruit? I can get behind that. Love blueberries on your waffles. Agree to suspend disbelief for waffles. You thought we didn't have cream? We don't have cream, but we have whipped cream. You just skip a middle step there to get to whipped cream. Yeah, I think waffle toppings are so, like, varied that you can really... You can mix it up here. I think I like this. I think I like this for waffles. Waffles with the fruit topping. Fruit and whipped cream. The only thing I'm humming and hawing over is whipped cream or maple syrup. Whipped cream or maple syrup. I feel like whipped cream to differentiate it from, like, French toast stuff. I think this is good. Alright, lock it in. Switch gears, everybody. Get your brain off of waffles. We're going to Shrimp Scampi Town. What the heck is a Shrimp Scampi? Does anybody know? Shrimp Scampi recipe. Easy 10-minute recipe. It's just shrimp. It's just shrimp. Make the sauce. Pasta. No, not pasta. Pesto. I think I said pesto. Scampi is Italian for shrimp. So it's just shrimp. Shrimp. Butter. Olive oil. Garlic. Red pepper flakes. White wine. Lemon juice. Parsley. Salt and black pepper. Is it really just, like, fried shrimp? I think it's just, it's, like, basically just shrimp, and then you prepare it with anything. I think it's literally only shrimp is, like, the requirement for shrimp scampi. It doesn't even look like it's required with, like, pasta. Like, you could just have it on its own. Shrimp. Sorry, capitalized shrimp. Shrimp. 3. Butter. Garlic. Parsley. I think I vibe with this. Unshrimp yourselves! Exclamation point posture. I don't think that's a thing. Yeah, I think I vibe with this. I think this is good. Good use case for parsley as well, I think, which doesn't get used a whole lot. Beautiful. You can make it. If you'd like to make it, by all means, Suze. I feel like we talk about posture enough. You'd probably benefit from it. Quesadillas. Okay, this is tortilla and cheese. Right? Is this a 2 tortilla situation? I've never made quesadillas before. Do you use 2 tortillas to layer them on top? 1 tortilla? You fold one over. 2 tortillas? You just fold it. Okay, we'll just leave it as a fold then. You can do it either way. There is... Fun fact, there is a quesadilla in Stardew Valley already. Desert Festival. Question is, do we want to lean into this, or do we make our own quesadilla and leave the chef's quesadilla out of it? They got a freaking elf quesadilla, which is made with cherry syrup. You know what? I think leave the Desert Festival food alone. Maybe I'll make it in the future so you can make some of this yourself. But I think leaving it as its own, like, special thing is probably more in the spirit of the game. Yeah, they're meant to be kind of crazy. Kind of crazy, kind of out there. We're just making regular quesadillas out here. Tortilla, cheese. If I had bell peppers, I feel like bell peppers would be a great thing to throw in here right now. But I don't have bell peppers factored in yet. Hot pepper. Do we want to make it a hot pepper quesadilla? Tomato sauce for dipping. Oh, wait, the dipping sauces. Oh, if we had salsa. Should we add salsa in here? If we have salsa, then we could have guacamole, salsa, and sour cream. We could have, like, the 3 quintessential quesadilla dips. You did it? Look at that beautiful command. Thank you, Suze. Thank you. TY. You're so in. Party platter. Now, what would go in a salsa? Salsa would be... Because we don't have the bell peppers figured. I probably just need to add bell peppers in here. Salsa obviously is like tomato and spices and onion. There's no bell peppers in salsa. I thought there was. I definitely thought there were bell peppers in salsa. There's some kind of like green pepper in there, right? Cilantro, lime. Ooh. Okay. Well, you know, I'll add salsa down here with guacamole to complete the beautiful trio. It does feel a little weird that guacamole and salsa are their own, like, recipes, while sour cream is, like, something you make as an artisan good, but I guess that's kind of true to life anyway. Like, you don't, like, make your own sour cream, usually, but you can make your own guacamole and salsa pretty readily. That's true to life. Okay. Quesadillas, tortilla, cheese, and I'm going all in on the dips. Sour cream. Whoops. Salsa. Guacamole. It's a quesadilla party platter. And you're all invited. Chat, you're all invited to my quesadilla party. Don't even worry about bringing any extra condiments. I got all the sour cream, salsa, and guac we could ever need. There you go. I got quesadillas for everybody. Sour cream on a quesadilla? Sour cream is the best thing on a quesadilla. Maybe call it a quesadilla platter. I think quesadillas is fine on its own. I think the Sprite work could do a lot of heavy lifting there. I'll talk to Atomic Diamond about that one. Okay, onion rings. Yellow onion. I have fry batter, like for like deep frying. That's a thing that's in here. Fry batter and oil. Does that do it? And salt? I'm trying to think of what's in the fry batter. Fry batter has flour, milk, vinegar, and any kind of seasoning. I don't know if that's actually true. I might have changed that one when I was like adding it over here. Fry batter. Flour, vinegar, baking soda, and dried herbs is what I have for the fry batter. I don't know how accurate that is necessarily. Need to salt it when it comes out of the fryer. Vinegar in the batter. Well, I remember reading when I was doing the research for this that the vinegar and the baking soda have like a reaction within the fry batter to make it battery. And then you put in some kind of seasoning in there. Signal boosting pinglers. The sour cream on quesadillas bothers you so much as a Mexican. But I love sour cream. I love sour cream on my quesadillas. If it's not accurate though, I could swap it. We could do a hot swap and do something that to like customize the quesadillas themselves more appropriately, and then have salsa and guacamole instead. I think beer batter might be a better pull here. Well, it depends on where we're using the fry batter, because it's used in various other... if we can justify making it a beer batter for all the other recipes that I'm using it in, I don't want to add too many different like deep fry batters here. Let's see. Fry batter. Where am I using it already? I'm using it in crispy bass. That could be a beer batter. Fried calamari could be a beer batter. Fried eel could be a beer batter. Crab cakes? Could add beer to our onion rings recipe. I guess if you wanted to do beer batter on anything, you could just add beer in there, yeah. Wouldn't that make it super expensive, though, considering fry batter is already pretty expensive? Fry batter is what do I have in fry batter that's making it so expensive in the first place? Look at that. Food details. It's got to be. I think it's the dried herbs actually adding to the value of that more than anything. Which probably isn't even like. I mean, you do want seasoning in the batter. I do think the vinegar is probably adding stuff there too. Yeah, vinegar is pretty expensive. I don't think the vinegar needs to be here. I can probably swap that around. Crab cakes don't have batter. Don't you do like deep fry crab cakes? Vinegar and baking soda makes the batter more tender. Beer instead of vinegar then? Isn't beer also pretty expensive though? Beer's the same price, so it would be the same as far as the price goes. Crab cakes aren't deep fried; they're pan fried. Oh, okay. I'll have to change that then. I will have to change that. The breadcrumbs is the binder in crab cakes, along with eggs. Okay. Let's see, fry batter. I love when a pansexual fries my food. Pan-fried food. Okay, +2, +2. Yeah, fry batter is another thing I'm on the fence about. Beer is acidic as well, so the baking soda can react with that too. I think fry batter is perfect as is. I think I'm gonna leave the fry batter alone for right now because I'm undecided. I could probably do more research into it and see, but anyway, for the onion rings specifically, I'm willing to add salt on the end of that. Yellow onion, fry batter, oil, and salt for onion rings. Let's add beer too. That might be too much. I feel like onion ring, like when you think of onion rings, like if I add beer, it's gonna get so expensive. And when you think of onion rings, I'm trying to balance it a little bit that way too, where it's like, you know, when you think of a food, it's like, okay, does it make sense for onion rings to be that expensive? If you add beer into here, then it's gonna make them very expensive. Breadcrumbs. Oh, breadcrumbs are an important part of this process, aren't they? The fry batter and the breadcrumbs. Oh. Oh. You don't need breadcrumbs if you have fry batter. Why do breadcrumbs? I thought like you do the fry batter with the breadcrumbs. I thought they kind of go hand in hand a lot of the time. You don't need both if you're cooking it IRL. Potential queso or a cotija cheese as a swap for the sour cream in the quesadilla recipe. It's been Pingler's approved. I don't have queso factored in. I'm willing to take out sour cream for right now. I'd have to look into add if I want to add queso. Tortilla cheese, salsa, guacamole. I think quesadillas are probably fine like that. We'll get rid of the sour cream since it's controversial. Yeah, I'll just leave it there. And I think I'm going to leave onion rings here too. No breadcrumbs. Garlic bread, we have arrived. Emma, are you here? Exclamation point, Emma. Garlic. Butter. Baguette. 4 garlic. We could probably go heavy on the garlic here. I don't know about 4 garlic, but I could see 2 garlic for sure. I don't think there's anything more to be done there. Maybe dried herbs. I think that's putting a little too much panache on it. I feel like garlic bread we can keep basic. Garlic bread is kind of a basic one. Edamame. Soybean. 4. And salt. To me, that's edamame right there. That's fine. You could add soy sauce in here as well. You can definitely... There's a world where you add soy sauce into this. I feel like you don't need to. Maybe we could, though. Because soy sauce is, like, kind of not used in a whole lot of other places. I think Ashil is right. I think when you make garlic bread, you would use all the garlic you own in that. You should use all the garlic you own in that save. Special interaction with garlic bread. It just consumes all your garlic. 999 garlic for garlic bread. Most people just eat it by hand with salt. Yeah, that's how I've always had edamame most of the time. Not always. I have had like kind of fancier edamame that has like different things going on with it. But usually when I think edamame, I'm thinking soybeans and I'm thinking salt. And that's like basically it. And then you just like steam the edamame and then you eat it with salt. And that's kind of all. And I think that's fine to leave it as like a very basic recipe like that. Guacamole. Avocado. Non-negotiable. What else goes in a guacamole? What makes a good guac, chat? Onion, tomato, hot pepper. These all sound pretty good to me. And lime? Ooh, lime could be a good shout. Is lime going? I feel like lime is more in like a salsa than it is in a guacamole, right? Cilantro and lime juice. Lime is a must. Lime is necessary for guac. Guacamole recipe. Let's have a look at a few of them on the interwebs here. Onion, chilies, cilantro, salt, avocados, lime juice. Confirmed lime juice. Guacamole. Jump to recipe, please. You know what I've learned in the research for all this is that almost every website that has recipes, they have like a whole big preamble before you get to the recipe, and then the recipe at like the very bottom of the page, which is so annoying. But most of them these days also have a button at the top that is just jump to recipe, thankfully. So I just click that every time. I'm learning about recipe blogs. I am. I never knew. I never realized. Yeah, jump to recipe is like the most common thing I've been clicking these days. Let's see. Avocados, onion, cilantro, lime, jalapenos, salt, tomatoes. Tomatoes were optional there. Del Argon doesn't cook much. I'm learning. Onion, chilies, cilantro, tomato, avocado. No lime in this one. But I think that may be an outlier here. Jump to recipe, please. It scrolled down like 10,000 pages. Avocado, lime, tomatoes. No thank you. I don't want to sign up for your newsletter. Get out of here. Onion, cilantro. Do I have cilantro? Is that one of the herbs that I have? Why don't I remember? Cilantro. Cilantro is an herb in here, yes. Okay. Please don't have it. It's in there. And don't worry. Don't worry. The description even says some people say it tastes like soap. I got a lot of people who hate cilantro. For cilantro with the gifts, I did kind of like a vibe check with the villagers. I was like, who do I think has the soap cilantro gene? And I landed on Elliot, Haley, Jody, Pierre, Shane, and the wizard. And then I got Evelyn and Lewis absolutely freaking loving it. What an interesting bunch. Okay, hear me out. I'm hearing. I'm listening. I'm taking a hydration break as I listen. Pierre likes fried calamari. He digs cilantro. Is that a common pairing? I actually don't know. Abigail would love it. We're not going to dive into the weeds on gift preferences right now. We could be there all day. Okay, avocado, yellow onion, hot pepper, lime, cilantro. How do we feel about that? I'm willing to mess around with a few things. Avocado, onion, and hot pepper feel locked in. Lime, I'm pretty heavily locked in on as well. I think cilantro you can mess around with something else. You could take it out entirely and add nothing else. We could swap it for tomato maybe. Mexican approved. I mean, that's a good sign. Yeah, lime is locked in. At this point, I think lime is locked in. I'm seeing cilantro in so many of the recipes. Avocado toast would not have hot pepper. Well, when you're making avocado toast, are you using guacamole? I don't think you are, right? I think you're using avocado, like, straight up. Tomato doesn't add much to guacamole. Rhea, hello, hello. Alright. I'm leaving it there. Now, salsa, tomato, hot pepper. And where do we go from there? Onion, valid. Yellow onion, because that's the only freaking onion I've got other than spring onion. Garlic. Garlic and salt. We do kind of need salt in this, don't we? Salt feels like it's pretty important to salsa. Garlic, salt. Salt is absolutely necessary. Yeah, this feels very, very salsa coated. Are we looking for like a raw salsa or a salsa roja here? I don't know the difference. I'll be straight up. I do not know the difference. Maybe double tomato though. I think I'm gonna leave it as 1 tomato. I don't want either of these to be too like insanely expensive, because that doesn't feel necessarily true to life. Plus, it would also ramp up the price of quesadilla here, so I'm going to limit it to 1 ingredient on each of these. Don't have green tomatoes, so it's a salsa roja. There you go. There you go. Alright. That is all the recipes figured out. That's all of them kind of figured out. Now would be the time to go in and start adding them and figuring out what their prices are going to be. Ooh, boy. Okay. We made good progress. We did make a lot of very good progress here. I mean, I could keep going. I could keep going on stream and start looking at some of these prices and see how things go here. I mean, I could also go over some of the recipes I did by myself. Like these pizza and cookie and oatmeal and cake recipes. And we could talk about them a little bit. Because I did those all on my own. Which may mean that they're not necessarily, because I was going off my own research there. We have key lime pie. I haven't delved into the world of pies yet, and I'm scared to. I'm scared to open up that Pandora's box. Yeah, let's do a little peer review here. You know what we should do? You know what I actually should peer review first? I think probably one of the most important things to get right here. I haven't gone over the specific vanilla changes. I think the changes to the vanilla recipes, I think I want to peer review these. Because some of these I'm a little iffy on, if I remember right. I was kind of like vaguely doing it. I did my best to do research for it, but I want to know how we feel about some of these. So let's start from the top. Fried egg is egg and salt. I don't think that's controversial. Is that good? Oil? I don't think oil is necessarily a central component here. Like, you might want to put like oil or butter to actually like fry it or whatever. But I feel like in the interest of keeping fried egg as like the basic, like it's your starting recipe, it shouldn't be that good, it shouldn't be that cheap, it shouldn't be that complex. I feel like fried egg and salt, good enough. Omelet, which I am going to rename plain omelet to open up the door in the future potentially to add more kinds of omelets. I've just got 2 eggs and milk. That is a very plain omelet. I know, obviously, you probably want to add salt to that. But, again, in the interest of kind of keeping things a bit simpler, I thought that that was fine. Salad. The only difference in this one is I'm renaming it wild salad. I like leaving it as its own thing. Obviously, you could add lettuce. We have lettuce in the mod, so we could add that to the salad. But I think in the interest of keeping it, like, thematically on point, leaving it as, what is it, like, leek, dandelion, and vinegar, I think that's a totally fine recipe. Cheese, cauliflower. We got cauliflower, cheese, milk, and black pepper. Black pepper for the extra flavoring, because I feel like cauliflower on its own is like a very bland thing. And I feel like black pepper adds a nice bite to it. Yeah, the black pepper feels right in here for me. I can't necessarily tell you why, but it does feel right. We have seasons decided for our new crops yet? We do, yeah. I think it's, well, I won't go over it right now. Because I'm more... But we'll stick on the recipes for right now. We can go over seasons later. Why milk? Milk, I'm thinking milk and cheese for, like, the, because you're making, like, a cheese sauce, right? You're not just melting cheese on top of it. You're making an actual, like, cheese sauce out of it. I'd be willing to axe the milk on this. But I feel like it's like a cheese... Like, the idea with cheese cauliflower is a cheese sauce. Depends on how you do it. I'm gonna leave milk. Okay, baked fish. Sunfish, bream, I left those alone. Where there's, like, specific things like this, I tended to try to leave them alone. Instead of, like, mixing up my own ideas. Breadcrumbs and basil. 2 basil. Because one for each fish. You made cheese cauliflower from the official cookbook. It was good. Ooh, I bet that would be good. Basil is a bit odd. Does basil not go well with fish? I was looking at potential herbs to go with fish. We are using basil in quite a few other places now, I think. We're saying dill? We're saying dill could be the thing here? Tarragon or dill. I don't think I'm using dill too much anywhere else, so I'm willing to put dill in here. Alright, as I'm making changes to this for my own sanity, I should probably change the prices at the same time here. Let's see. Do I have dill in my ingredient list already? This is alphabetical, so no. So dill goes right here. Dill. How much is dill? I've got dill at 25 gold currently. 25. So then we go over to... way at the top here. Baked fish. So it's this one here currently. It's going to be a little cumbersome to switch these out, but it's this one here because that's multiplied by 2, which is the basil. We go ahead and do that. We swap that for dill times 2. And that lands us... Is that the same price anyway? I think it is the same price, 270. Baked fish landed at 270, yeah. Okay. The price for complete breakfast? Yeah, I mean, that's what you get when you get compounding, like using cooked dishes as ingredients for another cooked dish. How do herbs work? Are they like regular crops? So the herbs you source from... they're actually forage. They're more in line with forage than crops. So you can see, like, dill, you forage it from a spring herb cluster. So there's different seasonal herb clusters that give... each one has the chance to give, like, 3 seasonal herbs, depending on what season you're in. As well as there's thyme, which is available any season. And then you can regrow them yourself in a specially designed machine, quote-unquote machine, called an herb garden, or a deluxe herb garden to regrow them. This is Furugawa, yeah. It's kind of like a weird midpoint between forage and farming, similar to how like not wild seeds. Well, I guess you call them wild seeds, like the spring seeds and stuff. So you don't grow them in the way you'd grow a traditional crop. It's more like crystallarium coated, if you want to think of it that way, where you put like an herb into an herb garden, and you can continuously grow those herbs as long as you have that herb in there. Pitching lemon for baked fish consideration. Lemon does go pretty well with a baked fish. Sunfish, bream, breadcrumbs, dill, and lemon. Little lemon juice. A little bit of lemon juice in there. I think baked fish is supposed to be like a summer year one recipe in vanilla. It's true. Yeah, what that is something to consider is like when do you get these recipes as well. Does the baked fish Sprite have a lemon wedge on it? Is that a lemon wedge? It's got yellow. It does have yellow. Is that a lemon? It looks like corn. It almost looks like corn. It's weird. What season is lemon? Lemon is summer. It'd be a lemon, especially summer. You know, it doesn't make sense for it to be corn, but these look like two little corn, like, kernels to me. What's this vibey song? This is, from the Fish Tales title screen. Fish Tales, I think, is a Flash game. I'm willing to put lemon in here. If y'all really think lemon, and you know what, the Sprite does seem to show a lemon. Lemon. That's gonna add to the complexity here. This is gonna bump up the price considerably. Let's see where it goes. 270. So let's see. I think lemon is already an ingredient somewhere else. So let's do... Boom. Lemon. And then we bump this up to 5. That brings it from 270 to 470. Because we round up to the nearest 5 gold. We never round down. $470 for the baked fish. Have you seen the size of blueberries in the game? Could be corn kernels. No, I think dill goes well with fish. Yeah, when I've cooked fish in the past, especially like salmon and stuff, I've used dill on it. I do think dill is a good one there. Okay, parsnip soup. I've got parsnip, yellow onion, celery, and vegetable broth. Which I think is in line with a lot of our other soups that we did earlier. Milk. Hold on, does the basic parsnip soup recipe use milk? Ooh, it does use milk. It does call for milk. So that seems to imply a creaminess. Probably want to factor in milk here then too, yeah. In the interest of staying as true to the vanilla-ness as possible here. Okay. Parsnip soup. Right here. Boom. Milk. 840 gold for parsnip soup. Holy. Parsnips. So many of these foods are getting such a glow up. It's actually crazy. 840 gold. I think milk instead of celery, maybe? I don't think instead of celery. I think celery actually goes well in this soup. Plus, celery doesn't see a lot of play in, like, other places so far. I think having celery is a good, like, soup vegetable. I'm gonna leave it in for right now. Pretty fun that cooking is suddenly actually profitable. It is. I think I like it. The only problem I have with changing the prices like this, and it's not really a problem, it's just kind of like a side effect that I didn't think about, is that it naturally buffs a lot of places that you, like, get food otherwise. Like, some monsters drop food. You can get food from, like, Skull Cavern treasure chests. You can get a lot of food in mystery boxes. So there's like mystery boxes especially, I think, get pretty heavily buffed from, like, increasing the food prices this dramatically. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think it's just like a natural consequence of doing this, and that's fine. Growing parsnip will be grown more often past year 1. True, especially if we give like some good buffs and stuff out here. I'm thinking about reworking some of the buffs on like vanilla food to make them like, even if you don't want to cook them for profits, you maybe want to cook them for some of their buffs as well. You can get prismatic shards from monsters and mystery boxes, so that's fine. Yo, Thunder Thighs, thank you for the 8 months at the Electron level as well, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Trans Rights, appreciate your hearts. One thing I thought that was funny, though, one that's like an interesting buff here. Let me see. Skull Cavern. Because I think in the treasure rooms, there's like a specific drop of like a bunch of like complete breakfasts. Or something like that. I mean, there's these ones here that are like all these different foods. I thought complete breakfast was in this table as well. Is it not? It might not be. Either way, you get like 5 copies of like a freaking farmer's lunch here. If you get 5 copies of a farmer's lunch with where farmer's lunch is at price-wise, that's like almost like 1,000 gold. So you're getting like almost 5,000 gold on that drop, which is kind of, that's better than getting a prismatic shard. Which is kind of silly, but it's like, you know what? How often are you really getting that anyway? So it's fine. You can definitely get complete breakfast and mystery boxes. You definitely can, yeah. It's going to make mystery boxes a lot more profitable for sure. Which I think is cool. Vegetable medley. I got literally just vegetables. Carrot, summer squash, broccoli, and beet. This is when I gave some life. I gave some life and some love to the new 1.6 crops. Not new, but the ones that were added in 1.6 that don't have much of a reason to exist. Carrot, summer squash, broccoli, and beet. It's a medley of vegetables. Maybe 1 herb. I was thinking about herbs or salt or something like that, but then I was like, you know what? Nah. I was like, you just get vegetables in this one. It's just vegetables. Maybe I'll add in an herb if I find that 1 herb or another is like missing some love. But for right now, I think that's fine. Koji, hello, hello. Complete breakfast. I did not change the recipe at all. I just changed the price. That's the only thing that's changing about it, is that it goes up to 16.35. But the recipe itself, I think, is like totally fine. In case you need a refresher on the complete breakfast recipe. Fried egg, milk, hash browns, and pancakes. I don't see anything wrong with that. You could definitely like you could argue what a complete breakfast should be. But I think that's an accurate enough representation of it. Alex becomes an expensive date. Should be 1665. That's just not how the math worked out, I'm afraid. Fried calamari. I got squid, I got fry batter, I got breadcrumbs, and I got oil. The only thing I'm iffy on this one is maybe the breadcrumbs. I don't know if you need breadcrumbs specifically on this. Salt? Well, there's like seasonings within the batter, but you got fry batter. I think fry batter goes with like breadcrumbs a lot of the time. Does it not? Just batter? Maybe I was off on that. I think a lot of these where I have fry batter, I have breadcrumbs as well. But if you just need one or the other, okay. So get rid of that and add salt instead. Are we saying add salt in place of breadcrumbs? Breadcrumbs feel like something for pan frying. Okay. I have not done a lot of frying in my time, as you can clearly see. Does fry batter have salt? Fry batter on its own does not have salt. It has, you can put dried herbs into it. You put dried herbs in there, which does add a seasoning, obviously. But generally, I think you do want to salt it a little bit extra, right? Breadcrumbs can be used for deep frying, but you need a different kind of setup. Okay, I got you. All right. Let's go change that then. Fried calamari. Where's fried calamari? It's gonna be up here. This one here. We got rid of breadcrumbs, which are going to be... Which one here? B21 is the cell. Get rid of this one and put in salt instead. Salt. Big old 5 gold for the salt. And that brings us to 784, because the number of ingredients doesn't change, so 785, rounding up to the nearest 5 gold. 785. Delightful. Alright, next up, strange bun. Pastry dough, periwinkle, void mayonnaise, and anise. This is the only place I'm currently using anise, and I thought it kind of made sense, because in my head, strange buns taste like black licorice. Whose niece? A niece, you know, just a niece. Sounds revolting. I think that's the idea, though. Originally, I didn't change much out of this, other than changing out, like, the flour for pastry dough. Licorice doesn't taste like anise, but it's used to make licorice, isn't it? Or it smells like licorice at the very least. I feel like anise works here. I think we also needed a nephew. Lucky lunch, I've got sea cucumber, blue jazz, tortilla, and the only thing I've added here, lavender. I don't know why. I don't know what compelled me to do this necessarily, but I feel like lavender just works with Lucky Lunch. Anise isn't currently used anywhere else, no. I added it as an herb to, like, fill up my herb roster, but it's not currently used anywhere else. But I could see it being used as a, for something else in the future. Add anise here, too. I don't think we need anise for the Lucky Lunch. Is lavender in the Lucky Lunch Sprite? Not really. You got the, what I assume is the sea cucumber cut into a star, and then you got, like, general vague herbs underneath. You don't even really see the tortilla in it there. We also got fried mushrooms, which I didn't really change around that much other than adding thyme. I am changing the name because it's currently called fried mushroom, and that's always kind of bugged me, so I'm going to change the name to fried mushrooms because there's multiple mushrooms. Star anise. Frankly, the sea cucumber should be replaced by star fruit. I'm trusting Concerned Dave's judgment on the. I don't. Who knows what the heck a Lucky Lunch is even supposed to be? I'm leaving it alone. I'm leaving Concerned Dave's design principles alone on that one. Lavender could be edited onto the Sprite to look like a garnish. That could be cute. I don't think we have any qualms with fried mushroom here. Pizza. Pizza gets renamed to cheese pizza. It's made with pizza dough, tomato, and cheese. I feel like this is about as basic as it gets with a cheese pizza. So there it is. Basil? Basil in, like, the tomato sauce? Could be a thing. Mozzarella. We don't have cheese varieties. We only have cheese. We have cheese and goat cheese. That's still all we have. The way Argon pronounces anise hurts me. Sorry, I'll start saying it properly. I added anus to this one. Basil? Alright. What? What? You want me to change my pronunciation? Yeah, I definitely thought that it is pronounced anise, is it not? Anise pronunciation. How to say anise. Hold on, do I have my... I can turn on the browser audio on this one. You can hear this. How to say anise.
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 It is anise, huh?
Ah.
Ah! Wait, I like that.
Ah.
Ah!
N.
N.
I.
I.
S.
S. Anise. 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 There you go.
Ah.
Ah! I love that. Wait, I want a soundboard with just that guy going, ah. Make sure this isn't the American guide. That's the UK. This is the UK pronunciation.
Anise.
This is the US pronunciation.
Anise.
Anise. Why is the guy who's recording the US pronunciation sound like he's doing in like in a submarine or something?
Anise.
Like, there's so much reverb on this.
Anise.
It's nice and soft sounding from the UK pronunciation, and then the US guy goes
Anise.
Anise. Like, oh my gosh. It does sound angry. Alright, anise. Some say anise. Some say anise. Anyway. Should I add basil to my to my cheese pizza or not? Is it basil or basil? Anise? Welcome back, Emma. Welcome back. I think I'm going to keep it simple with the pizza. Basil. Okay, we're not going to start on the pronunciation for basil and basil, are we? Basil pronunciation.
Basil.
Basil.
They're both fine. They're both fine. Is this for expanded? This is for our own mod, actually. Complex cooking mod. Basil. Basil. I'm fine with either of those, actually. Alright, pizza. Bean hot pot. This one I kind of agonized over for a little bit, honestly, the bean hot pot. 2 green beans, potatoes, salt, and vegetable broth. Because hot pot can refer to, like, a couple different things, I think. Yeah, we're adding some custom crops. Oh, you mean, is it, like, expanded like that? Yes, it's like, expanded in a similar way to that. I'm not really adding, like, extra characters and stuff like expanded. This is mostly focused on just, like, the cooking. But to effect that, we are adding, like, a bunch of new crops and herbs and things like that. Bean hot pot. Does anyone have any qualms with this bean hot pot recipe? Or any suggestions or anything? Because I was kind of stumped on bean hot pot. In the game, it's just 2 green beans. That's all it is. More beans? Edamame? Did we fix beans here? Should this be soybeans instead of green beans? Don't we have other beans? The only other bean we have is a soybean. Should this be soybeans over green beans? Or should we add multiple? I could add soybeans in here as well. Edamame separately. I mean, we have edamame on its own, yeah. I think to keep the spirit of this one, that's one of the most important things to me with the vanilla recipes. That I'm not, like, we're not as beholden to it when we're making our own recipes, but with the vanilla ones, is trying to maintain, like, the spirit of the original dish. So you can see, like, kind of like a shade of the original dish in the bean hot pot, and I feel like leaving it only on the green beans is the important thing here. So I'm gonna leave it as that for right now. Glazed yams. I've got 2 yams, because it's multiple yams. Glazed yams. I think the original recipe was just 1 yam. But brown sugar, maple syrup, and butter. which sounds freaking delicious. You could maybe throw in cinnamon here. There's maybe an argument for cinnamon in the glazed yams, but I think brown sugar kind of encapsulates the right flavor profile here on its own. I kind of do want to add more cinnamon in more places, because I don't think I have cinnamon in a lot of places right now. It could definitely work in a few places. Carp surprise, you got 4 carps and oregano. Take it or leave it. I almost left it alone as just the 4 carps. But the carp surprise does have a little bit of green on there. It does have a little bit of baby bit of green. There's some herb in the carp surprise. And I decided oregano. But I don't remember the exact reasoning why. The 4 carps alone is hilarious. Oregano would surprise you a bit. It's like, what's oregano doing here? What the heck? I thought about parsley as well, maybe. Hash browns, potato, oil, and salt. The only thing I've added here is salt. It's normally just potato and oil. I've added the salt as well. I think that's fine for hash browns. Put a leaf on that fish, preserve their decency. Pepper. I don't think pepper is like... I don't usually think of hash browns having pepper on them. You definitely could. It wouldn't be bad, but... Pancakes. Controversial pick. Cake mix. Milk, egg, and butter. That's all I got for the pancakes. I don't think the pancakes have, like, any... They got the butter on top. They don't have maple syrup on them. In the sprite. There's no extra toppings on the pancakes. Perfect for pancakes. And the cake mix, if you're wondering, is just like a bunch of like dry ingredients that are used in like cakes. So like you got what, flour, sugar, baking powder or soda, one of the two. I think baking powder, and a little bit of salt. Just a pinch of salt, you know. Compare the pancake recipe to the chocolate cake recipe. Oh, the chocolate cake recipe, you'll see. We'll get there. Salmon dinner. Salmon, kale, amaranth, and lemon. I considered adding an herb to this one, but I feel like the kale and the amaranth kind of get across their own herbaceousness in this one. I feel like this is like Concerned Ape doing herbs without herbs being in the game itself. So I feel like salmon dinner, just adding a nice little spritz of lemon. In fact, I think salmon dinner literally says, the lemon spritz makes it special. And that was enough for me. That was enough for me. There you go. You gotta have the lemon in there. Could you add bannock, maybe? I don't know what bannock is. Is that an herb? Fish taco. Tuna, red cabbage, tortilla, mayonnaise, lime. How do we feel about a lime in our fish taco? A little bit of lime juice in there. Lime zest, lime juice. I think it works. I think it works very well. It's a great spot for lime to be. Sounds delish. All right, moving along. Crispy bass. Again, I did the thing. Largemouth bass, breadcrumbs, fry batter, and oil. Crispy bass. I'm thinking maybe you remove the fry batter on this one. I think this might be like a breadcrumbs situation. Salt? If I were to remove fry batter, I'd probably put salt in here. This is more of a pan fry. Yeah, this feels more pan fry for sure. I would say I'm going to do that. Salt. Largemouth bass, breadcrumbs, salt, and oil. Your mouth is watering now? Oh, you and me both. I'm going to need to go get some food after this. Supposed to be fish and coleslaw, I take it, hence the mayo. For the fish taco. I mean, you could swap out the red cabbage and the mayonnaise for literally coleslaw. Coleslaw is in the game, but I'll leave it as is for right now. Yeah, so I'll swap the crispy bass here. Crispy bass, where are we at? Right here. So fry batter is which one? It is 57. Take out 57 here and add in salt instead. Boom. Easy. Brings it down to 380 for the price. Is that right? Does fry batter freaking add that much? That's crazy. 380. I guess fry batter is pretty darn expensive. Factoring in all the ingredients for the fry batter. Alright. Crispy bass. Done and dusted. Pepper poppers. Hot pepper, 2 of them. Because you got multiple peppers to pop. Cheese, cream cheese, breadcrumbs, and oil. First sighting of cream cheese in any of these recipes. Cream cheese is here. And cream cheese is relevant to pepper poppers, I feel like. I feel like of all the recipes available, cream cheese is most sensible here. Don't think we need regular cheese. I was on the fence about regular cheese as well. But the description for pepper poppers does say that they are filled with cheese, and it has cheese in there. I feel like both of them have to be there. They're usually stuffed with cream cheese. Cheese is so good. I mean, it could be that we were that just because Conservative didn't have like cream cheese in the game. It's cream cheese, not cheese. I mean, we nix the cheese. This feels like in the spirit of the original kind of thing. Do bannock sweet or savory similarly. Makes a breakfast sandwich. I'll have to look into bannock. I have heard of it before, I'm pretty sure. I'll leave this alone for right now. I'll keep in mind the potential option to get rid of the cheese in favor of just the cream cheese. But I do love cheese. Alright. Bread, renamed to baguette. Recipe, bread dough. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hey, how do you make your bread? I bake bread dough. I bake the dough of the bread. I feel like this is there's nothing to argue with there. Tom Kha soup. Coconut, multiple shrimps, common mushroom, lemongrass, first sighting of lemongrass, and vegetable broth. There isn't specifically a soup called Tom Kha soup. It's called something else when I was looking into it. Tom Kha soup. It's called Tom Kha Gai, which is it's a coconut chicken soup recipe. Lemongrass. We got some lemongrass fans in chat. We love ourselves some lemongrass. A little lemongrass representation here. We don't have coconut milk though, do we? We don't have coconut milk, but I think that's what the coconut is meant to imply here, is that you're breaking open the coconut and getting the milk out of it. There are a number of things in Stardew cooking that are kind of like implied in that way. Is that even if you don't have the actual like ingredient itself, it's like you have the precursor to it. So you crack open the coconut, you get the milk out. Coconut plus geode crushers. I don't see a reason to do coconut milk on its own when a coconut, like, it feels like it's just an extra step that's not strictly necessary. You can make that argument for a few things for sure, especially certain things that I'm adding, but I think this is fine. I do like the idea of coconut and a geode crusher though, that is funny. Trout soup. Rainbow trout, celery, and vegetable broth. There's maybe room to add more veggies to this or something like that. But overall, I think keeping this one pretty basic is fine. I kind of wanted to keep this one basic because it's sold at Willie's, and keeping it basic also means keeping the price low. Because like you can buy it from Willie's shop, right? And if we increase the price here, then it increases the price of it in that shop as well. You know how much longer you'll be going for today? Not entirely sure. I don't know if we'll even get through all the vanilla recipes here. Probably less than an hour that we're going to be going today, I think. For the rest of today, I think. Trout soup as a cheap fishing buff is good. Carrot? I thought about carrot as well. I left it at celery because I've used carrot in a few other places as well here. Oh, wait, get ready, chat. Get ready. Chocolate cake? Are you ready for this one? Chocolate egg, milk, cake mix, chocolate frosting. Boom. We cooked. We baked some chocolate cake. That's chocolate cake! You got your chocolate egg, you got your chocolate frosting. So you got the chocolate in the cake, you got the chocolate out the cake. It's beautiful. That's chocolate. That's a chocolate cake right there. How do I do it? I know, right? How do I do it? And similarly, pink cake, egg, butter, melon, cake mix, melon frosting. This is the most expensive that the vanilla recipes get, by the way. Pink, 1. Just a little bit of pink. Because having the melon and the melon frosting here. How many melons for melon frosting? 1 melon and 1 buttercream. The frosting does get expensive because you have the cost of the fruit and you have the cost of the buttercream. I forget exactly what I hold on, we can go check here. Frosting. Context tag special frosting. I have to have that for some of them for adding like chocolate frosting and things since they're not fruit. Buttercream frosting. 1.8 times the base price plus 100. And if it's a berry specifically, then you get 1.8 times the base price plus 300. You get a berry boost. And then chocolate, vanilla, white chocolate, and cream cheese frosting, they all have their own specific prices there. Melon is so watery, wet cake. I think that's the problem people have run into when trying to make the pink cake in real life, actually. Pretty sure Concerned Dave just went, what do I have that's pink? Yeah, melon cake is kind of crazy, but it's so central to Stardew at this point. It does look like it has strawberries on top. It looks like it has strawberries on top, but if you read the fine print, there's little heart candies on top. No strawberries in sight. They're just like little sugar candies, I think. BRB adding heart candies. Rhubarb pie. Rhubarb, cornstarch, sugar, pastry dough. Feel like that's pretty straightforward. Cornstarch there to thicken the filling. I found that that's a common thing when I was researching pies, is that a lot of pie fillings get thickened with cornstarch. So I was like, you know what? We got cornstarch in here. Seems like a good use case, a good sort of identity for cornstarch to have. Yo, take care there, Emma. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Can you add pink cake too? Cookie. Cookie has been renamed chocolate chip cookies since we're adding many other types of cookies to the mod. Cookie dough and chocolate egg. Cookie dough has all the relevant factors for making cookies. If you're wondering what cookie dough looks like here, we find it for you. Cookie dough is flour, sugar, egg, and butter. Does anyone have any qualms with the cookie dough? Flour, sugar, egg, butter. Obviously, not every cookie has this, but many, many do. And for the ones that don't, we can vary up the recipe. Salt. Salt could be valid here. No milk in there, very good. No milk necessary. You know what is necessary, though, is bees! The bees in my ears! Do you hear them? They're clamoring. They've been waiting so long, they're like, where's the honey? Where's the honey in any of your recipes? We got no honey-based recipes here. Be patient, my little bees. My little apian friends. I don't know. Maybe I don't remember if I have honey in any of the recipes in here. Add honey for the bees. I mean, honey is definitely something we could factor into some future foods. Not to spaghetti, though, probably. Pasta dough, tomato, garlic, and dried herbs. Ooh, baklava. That would be good for honey. Pasta dough, tomato, garlic, dried herbs. Cooking some spaghetti, it is gonna taste so good. Make it with tomato, garlic, and some fresh dried herbs. Gonna cook a pasta dough, roll it up so nice. Put some salt in there, maybe, or it tastes too bland. Salt? I feel like you don't necessarily need salt here. For spaghetti? I feel like the garlic, the dried herbs, give it a good amount of flavor already. I feel like you don't need salt. What the heck? Bee boss into raccoon song? To what do I owe the blessing? Wait, what are the raccoons requesting for their food? I gotta listen. I think they want cotton candy, though. Sorry. Ooh, delightful. Please tell me y'all salt your sauce as well as the water salt. The water salt does so little. I salt the water when making spaghetti. Trying to think if I salt the sauce. I don't know if I do. I probably do. I mean, I'm not opposed to necessarily adding salt in here for spaghetti. I just wanted to make sure not to overuse salt, but we gotta be careful. I mean, you know what? I feel like you sold me on salt. I feel like you have. For spaghetti. Boom. Boom. Where my salt at? Salt. That brings it to there. 5 ingredients. Brings it up to 610 for spaghetti. Picking it up an extra 50 gold just for adding salt. That's the salt tax. You added salt, you gotta pay an extra 50 gold for the salt. Take it or leave it. Do you want unseasoned spaghetti? I don't think so. I don't think so. Alright. What if salt is like cheese seasoning and it improves the dish quality to silver? I thought about that, about making a system for like comparable to cheese seasoning, where you can use like various seasonings to improve the quality instead of having seasonings be like specific recipe components. But I think that would be too complex for my meager coding skills currently. So until I learn better modding capabilities, we're gonna leave it as it is. But salt is literally the reason why white people invaded Africa. Well, we don't gotta go down that road. But salt is pretty darn good. Fried eel. Eel. Breadcrumbs, fry batter, oil, parsley. Once again, I've committed a faux pas. Are we getting rid of the fry batter or the breadcrumbs in this case? My feeling is we get rid of the fry batter. Crumbs? Get rid of the breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbs. Not sure it should have either. Fried eel. Fried eel, greasy but flavorful. I mean, I guess, you know, fried eel doesn't have any breading specifically. We could get rid of both breading components. I think it's just pan-fried. It doesn't have to be battered. We could get rid of both. Just pan-fried eel. I can get rid of both. Doesn't seem like it's breaded in the game, so you know what? Get it out of there. Eel oil. Is parsley good? Or are we cringing at the parsley? Is that not the right... Is that not good? Parsley's good. Add salt? Aren't eels, like, salty on their own? Yeah, I thought eel was already salty. Could do lemon here. Don't think that's how fish work. Lemon is good to cut the oil. Potato soup, welcome on in. What's the dream mod? I am making cooking in Stardew Valley more in-depth, more complex, more profitable. We're adding lots of new recipes, updating old recipes. Having a good time. People are saying lemon. I'm willing to give the people more lemon here. All right, fried eel. Gotta change the ingredients on that one then. So we're getting rid of breadcrumbs, which were 21. Fry batter, which is 57. Boom. Boom. We're adding lemon. Delightful. 325. This goes down to 4. 455. New price, who dis? Alright. I'm leaving that there. Spicy eel. Eel, hot pepper, lemongrass. Do we add oil to this? Is this an oil situation? There's no oil in the base recipe. Is this like an oil for frying type thing, or is this like... feel like it's not fried? That's what I was thinking. I was like, leave it alone. I also recognize that spicy eel, it drops from like serpents and stuff. It's got kind of a special place in the game. You can trade it at the Desert Trader. It drops some serpents. For that reason, you don't want it to be like too crazy expensive, I don't think. So I feel like that's kind of why I wanted to keep it a little bit basic here. Just adding the lemongrass for a little bit of like a nice little bit of a spicier herb, I think is good. I do see garlic, but much as I might love garlic, we can't just be throwing garlic all over the place. It gives sashimi vibes. It does kind of give sashimi vibes. I like it. Garlic could go, but we've used garlic in so many places. Rightfully so. Sashimi, no difference in the way you make it. It's still just any fish, but the price has been increased to 140 gold. Which is kind of a crazy glow up, I'm not gonna lie. It's a pretty good glow up. Taking your 20 gold periwinkle, turning it into 140 gold sashimi. That's pretty nice. I don't mind it. Maki roll. Any fish, rice, avocado, seaweed, and soy sauce. How do we feel about this maki roll? Do you like my maki roll? Rate my maki roll 0 to 100. Maki roll is perfect. I feel like this is a good one, yeah. I think the soy sauce is unnecessary. It's probably not like strictly necessary, but we have soy sauce. I feel like we might as well use it. This might be the only place in the vanilla recipes where soy sauce is coming into play anyway. Cucumber. Don't currently have cucumber. May get added in the future. May get mixed around and rolled in the future, but avocado feels random. Not to me. Every time I've had like a I mean a lot of rolls that I've had in my life have avocado in them. No cucumber in the base game, no mod. It's in Stardew Expanded. Cucumber is in Stardew Expanded. Love avocado in a roll. Tortilla, masa dough. I think I need to update this in the price though. I don't think because we updated this because I had it with oil originally. Yeah, we don't need oil here. So we're gonna get rid of the oil in this one. Boom. Turns that down to 1, so 175 for the tortilla. 175. Beautiful. Should we add salt or something to the tortilla? I don't think so. I think the tortilla mainly just works as like similar to a lot of the other breads and stuff. It's just meant to be like a base for other things, right? Masa dough is where do I have it here? Corn flour, baking powder, and salt. Yeah, the masa dough does have the salt. Yeah. Corn flour, baking powder, salt. Feels like feels fine for the dough there. Implied water. All right, tortilla, we leave that alone. Actually, oh, I just realized if I change the tortilla price, anything that uses a tortilla is going to also have its price adjusted, which we already went through fish taco and lucky lunch, right? Those should be updated automatically. Let's see, fish taco went to $13.25 here. $13.25. I'll probably have to go back through and just like look at all the prices and update any ones that changed anyway, because there's probably things I'm not thinking of, but I'll update this while I'm thinking of it. Lucky lunch goes to $4.65. $4.65. Beautiful. Okay, where were we? Tortilla, red plate. It's a red plate full of red cabbage, radish, vinegar, and rosemary. Rosemary on the red plate is interesting. I'm going to be honest with you. The only rationale I have for adding rosemary to the red plate is that roses are red. And I know that's not true of rosemary, but it's kind of funny. It's the R. The red plate. Beets? What's the red plate like in the original? It's just red cabbage and radish, full of antioxidants. You could throw a beet in here for sure. Beet does feel like it kind of is just like missing here, yeah. Beet is like the most red thing. It's like the most red vegetable. I can co-sign that. Okay, where's red plate here? Red plate right there. Boom. Add in the beet. Right there. Upgrade this to 5 ingredients. Brings it up to 890. 890 for a red plate. Sign me up. Now the rosemary can just be for fun. I don't think I have rosemary in too many other places, if any other places, but 880. Did I misread it? 886.5 gets rounded up to 890. Because we're always rounding up to the nearest 5. That's eggplant parmesan? Wait, you're right. Did I update the wrong thing here? Or did I updated red plate correctly, didn't I? D14. 877.5. Okay, yeah, no, you're right. I was reading the wrong column. The wrong row, rather. 880. My bad. Hey, speaking of eggplant parmesan, though. Eggplant, tomato, cheese, breadcrumbs, dried herbs. How do we feel about that? Eggplant time. Perfect use of breadcrumbs. I mean, yeah, breadcrumbs seem like a dead ringer for this recipe. Eggplant parmesan that's a classic. Breadcrumbs. All right, we'll leave it there. Rice pudding. I've got rice, sugar, and vanilla cream. Vanilla cream from our vanilla cows. I was not sure whether to add cornstarch to this or not. Teacher, I have a question. Chase, I see you raising your hand. What's up? What's your question? Probably try to color the rows and columns if you ever trouble reading them. That's what I do with my Pokemon spreadsheets. Probably a good idea, actually. You thought we didn't have cream? Well, technically, this is more like of a vanilla milk than a vanilla cream, but I'm calling it vanilla cream. It comes from vanilla cows. Rice pudding needs eggs? Is that true? Why are dried herbs all herbs, but rosemary is singled out? Is that the only herb that is named? No, dried herbs are, you can use any dried herb, but there's a lot of singled out herbs. We got thyme, we got rosemary, we got lemongrass. No worries, no worries. But yeah, dried herbs, you can just like use any herb. Technically, I could make it like specifically like you need dried basil for this, but make rice pudding without eggs. What kind of rice pudding are you eating with eggs? I mean, I'm going to trust my research on this one. I don't think I saw eggs come up when I was researching rice pudding before. I'm going to leave that there. Ice cream, chat. You're either going to love me or hate me on this one, I feel like, for ice cream. Strawberry, green tea, vanilla cream, sugar. What do we think? Show us the Sprite. Strawberry, green tea, vanilla, and sugar. Sugar in all of it. Strawberry matcha. I mean, you gotta come up with something for the green to beat. The other option, if we don't go with green tea ice cream, is mint. We do have mint, and we haven't really used mint. So mint is an option here. Pistachio is also an option, but I mean, we don't have it, so I'd have to add pistachio. Lime, I feel like lime is an oddball one. I've never seen... Oh, no, actually, no, I have seen lime ice cream. I have, but it's not like a common one that comes to mind. Waffle for the cone. Oh, we do have waffles now. We do have waffles for the cone. Wait a second. Can we add a lemon sorbet? No sugar, yes waffles. I would love to add more varieties of ice cream. Right now, I'm on the fence on whether to leave ice cream as just ice cream, because I kind of want to add more ice creams. We do have mint as an herb, yeah. 100% team mint. 1000% team mint, even. Maybe make other flavors. We'll leave it alone for right now, but I am willing to acquiesce this. And go, instead of green tea, we go mint. Mint, strawberry, vanilla cream, sugar, and waffles? Waffles for the cone? I don't know what the price of waffles is going to be yet. I'd have to add that in. That could make ice cream very expensive. Is the only thing. Because waffles are probably going to be expensive on their own. Avocado ice cream. Delish. Avocado ice cream is based? I've never had it. Is that a real thing? ice cream should be expensive. We use waffles. We need to rename this to the ice cream in a waffle cone. Let's put a pin in the waffles for right now. And I'm just going to update this to use mint instead of green tea. I don't think I have mint in, like, literally anything else yet. It's been waiting for its moment. This is my moment. My moment. Mint? How much is mint worth? For 35. Clean $35. And then green tea was... where in here? 63. Ice cream. We get rid of 63. And we add in... mint. Boom. Brings it down to... it's only 4 ingredients. I don't know why I have it 5. 515. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. Feel like we need more ice cream flavors. I also feel that, and I feel like I may add it, but for right now I'm going to leave it alone. Like, there's so many different paths you can go down with ice cream. Maybe we'll have an ice cream update in the future. Blueberry tart. Blueberry, pastry dough, and cornstarch. Cornstarch, thicken the filling with the blueberries into the pastry dough. I think this is fine. Maybe we could consider adding more blueberries. I don't know. Ice cream and ramen DLC pack. How complicated do you want this recipe for blueberry tart? I'm not really attached one way or the other. More blueberries, definitely. Yeah, 1 blueberry does feel kind of crazy. I feel like 3 blueberries, because that's how many you get from harvesting a blueberry plant anyway. Because lemon. Lemon's kind of all over the place in a lot of ours here. You would need to rename this because a blueberry tart does not imply lemon. That would have to be a lemon blueberry tart. I think we want to leave it as a blueberry tart. I think lemon blueberry tart is good, but it's also not a blueberry tart. Probably sugar as well. Sugar in, like, the filling? Yeah, you know, that makes sense. Sugar. There is sugar in the pastry dough already, I think. Pastry dough. Flour, yeast, sugar, and butter in the pastry dough. But sugar in the filling does make sense. And I don't think that the blueberries on their own would have enough sugar to necessarily offset that, right? Okay. So one of these in the blueberry tart. Where's the blueberries? Blueberry. Blueberry is number 18. Lucky number 18. Multiply that by 3. Add on sugar. Right. I saw it. There it is. Boom. And then update this to 4 ingredients. Brings it to 745. Line has got some expensive tastes. Not bad. Autumn's Bounty. Yam, pumpkin, broccoli, sage. It's a bounty of autumn goodness. I have added broccoli to this because I feel like broccoli needed more representation. And sage is one of our fall herbs. We're kind of rolling with the fact that anything that would be like less than a teaspoon of ingredient isn't used explicitly. Generally, yeah. Sometimes we still use like certain ingredients that are like little tiny bits, but like generally it's not, we don't focus on those ones as much. I think this is a good Autumn's Bounty landing spot here. Pumpkin soup. I got pumpkin, I got yellow onion, I got milk, and vegetable broth. It's a creamy soup. We got the onion in there for the aromatic nature of it. I feel like pumpkin soup is pretty good here. Maybe. I could swap out the onion for something else. I feel like just having pumpkin is a little too basic. I feel like it does need some kind of aromatic in it. Is that typical? Genuinely asking. I mean, I did research on all of these, so I've landed on these like weirder ones, like yellow onion, for like one reason or another. Does the yellow onion seem kind of weird? Onions in this mod are a fall crop, so it does line up that way. Like you'd be growing pumpkins and onions at the same time. Did you change the name of the regular onion to yellow onion, or are they two different things? I've called it yellow onion to differentiate it from like spring onions. Did pumpkin soup use anise? Anise? Or pumpkin pie? Maybe. I have to look into that. Yeah, I had my reasonings for this. Yeah, we don't have onion in the regular game, that is correct. Alright, I'll leave pumpkin soup as it is for right now. Super meal, I got bok choy, cranberries, artichoke, broccoli, and eggplant. Just going all in on the vegetables. No seasoning, all vegetables, all superfood goodness stuff. It's just all in. Maybe butter in the pumpkin soup. It does sound pretty good, actually. Justice for broccoli again. Broccoli has so much potential. I'm so sad it's not used in any actual recipes in the base game. Maybe 1.7 will deliver. We'll see. You prefer seasoning, but you think it's good? I would love to be able to fit seasoning in here, but if I want to stick to my my ethos of only having like 5 ingredients maximum, then I think this is where I'd rather be. Cranberry sauce. I got cranberries, I got sugar, and I got cornstarch. Do we bump up the number of cranberries here? I've never made a cranberry sauce. So I don't know like how many cranberries you really need, but you might need more than one thing of cranberries. Maybe 2 cranberries. Kale instead of cranberries for the super meal. Well, cranberries are there in the super meal because they're there in the vanilla game. I left those 3 ingredients alone, and then I added broccoli and whatever the other one was. Eggplant. For more eggplant representation. Also very fall coated. Cinnamon in the cranberry sauce. Some kind of acid. Cranberry sauce is usually solid in a can with indents on it to me. Usually an acid is needed here. Cranberry sauce needs to gel together well. So what are we thinking? Like, we could go lemon. We could go lemon for an acid. Back to the implied lemon. Cranberry or orange. We don't have orange anywhere. Orange could work as an acid. Why that feels like it kind of works. And we're using lemon a lot. Maybe we give orange some love here. Little orange and cranberry actually do go really well together, don't they? I've had like an orange cranberry muffin in the past for sure. I kind of love orange in this context. Orange, cranberries, sugar, cornstarch. Maybe cinnamon? Perhaps cinnamon here? When I think of cranberry sauce, no, I don't really think of cinnamon, to be honest with you. I've not seen cinnamon before in a cranberry sauce. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but... You do a full stick in yours, Suze? Ooh. Alright, I'm gonna leave it here. Let's go add... Should I bump up the cranberries? I do think 2 cranberries kind of makes sense. Double cranberry. Double cranberry and 1 orange. I like it. Okay. Orange, I don't think is anywhere else, so I think I have to add it as its own ingredient here. Right above oregano. Orange. $100 gold base. Beautiful. Cranberry is which one? Cranberries, number 44. 44, so multiply this by 2. And add orange in here. Orange. Beautiful. And make that 4 ingredients. Brings it up to 525 for the cranberry sauce. Nice little glow up. We take that. I like that. I feel like I like this better for the cranberry sauce recipe. Stuffing. Breadcrumbs, cranberries, hazelnut, celery, sage. Stuffing, I feel like you can go a lot of different ways with, depending on how you want to season it, what you want to mix in there. But I do think this is pretty true to life for me. Are there any plans to expand on the Queen of Sauce in my mod? Not on the TV channel, but I might have some ideas for like incorporating Queen of Sauce lore or elements into other parts of the game. I have ideas for that. Because there are going to have to be like... There's going to have to be a way to get like all these new recipes that we're adding. Vote for regular bread and not breadcrumbs. Do you not just turn the regular bread into breadcrumbs? Like, anytime I've ever made stuffing, it's always like the bread is already pre-crumbed. Not usually. Big chunks. Shorty that draws. Hello, hello. They're cubed. Breadcrumbs are more powdery. Okay, I can swap out breadcrumbs for something else here. Crumbs would be mush. You need cubes. What kind of bread are we using? We have baguette, and then we have these ones down here. Brioche, sourdough, focaccia, pita bread, and cornbread. We thinking sourdough? Baguette or sourdough? I could do sourdough. Sourdough is probably best. Y'all are more culinarily inclined than I am, so I'm going to trust your judgment here. Sourdough over breadcrumbs. Keeps it cheap too. Yeah, sourdough did not turn out to be too expensive here. Actually, it's a little bit more expensive than breadcrumbs, so it's not going to change the price that much here. Let's see, where was stuffing? Stuffing here. Breadcrumbs were number 21. Get rid of that. And sourdough should be in here somewhere, I think. Brings us up to 525 for stuffing instead. Not bad. Cornbread, 100%. I feel like cornbread is very specific. Would cornbread work in a stuffing? I don't know. Farmer's lunch. Parsnip. Hash browns, not harsh browns. I like my hash browns non-harsh. Parsnip, hash browns, plain omelet, salt and pepper. Any qualms with this one? Mellow browns. The original Farmer's Lunch only has, I think, parsnip and omelet. So I did add hash browns in here, a little bit of artistic license on that one. And then the salt and pepper, it just feels like so classic. Like you add a little salt, add a little pepper on it. I feel like it's good. Love the idea of just raw parsnip mentally. Just the parsnip on there. In the field munching a parsnip. Mix it in with your hash browns, your omelet a little bit. I kind of like it. Survival burger. Eggplant, carrot, lettuce, and sourdough. Sourdough for the bun. Eggplant, carrot, lettuce. Eggplant is your base for the burger. And then carrot and lettuce on top. Very vegan, vegetarian burger coated. Cave carrot no more. I feel like the survival burger originally had a cave carrot in it. Because carrots didn't exist yet. You like a brioche bun? Why did we swap the cave carrot for a regular carrot? I could swap back to cave carrot if we want to go, if we want to stick truer to it. I could leave it with cave carrot. Sourdough is bad for burger buns. You may be right. Brioche might be better in this context. Neutral on it, but a bit curious. Stick with cave carrot. I think I do actually kind of like sticking with cave carrot here. Give it some identity. Because we are using carrot in a lot of other places as well. And then this becomes brioche. Okay, eggplant, cave carrot, lettuce, brioche. So, survival burger, we are swapping. We're doing a hot swap here of sourdough, which is number 123. Boom. Swap that for brioche. Way up here somewhere. Oh, brioche isn't actually anywhere in here yet. Okay, hold on. Brioche. Have to be like right up here. Brioche. And then we set this equal to cost of brioche down here. Brioche is expensive. True to life though. Survival burger. Right here. You add in brioche. Boom, and then cave carrot over carrot. Should both be in here. Carrot is 29. Get rid of that. And hot swapping cave carrot. Beautiful. Same number of ingredients. Brings survival burger up to $805. Brioche makes it expensive. Holy. The brioche really brought that one up. Alright. There are quite a few more vanilla recipes we could go through here, as you can see. We could go a lot longer here. But I think we should probably call it. I'm starting to get a wee bit hungry. I never took my break midstream, which was a mistake for sure. But I think I'll probably call it here. We've had a lot of good insight. A lot of really good insight today into the mod that I appreciate. I feel like we're on the right track here. Definitely some more tinkering to do with vanilla recipes, probably. But I think we're at a good spot. I hope y'all had fun. I hope everyone had fun helping me brainstorm some ideas for new recipes, for how to workshop old recipes and stuff. It's starting to come together very nicely. It's starting to come together super nicely. I'm going to be very excited to actually like finalize everything and start building it in the game itself. No idea when this mod is going to be in any state to like come out and be like play tested or anything like that, but keep an eye out. We'll probably have a few other streams still before like I'm going to keep working on this on my own, of course, but there'll be other streams where we do some more of this too, I think. And then probably get the community to play test it in the future. Would love to watch you code it, honestly. I'd learn a lot. I did do some coding on one of my old modding streams a while back when we were working on just like silly mods, silly community-defined mods. So I could definitely do some of that. A lot of the code that I did for the old incarnation of this mod would probably still be usable here as well. So I could save myself a good amount of time. I just have to adjust some of the details. Bald Elliot comeback for the cooking mod. Maybe he'll make an event where you give Elliot something he really hates to eat and it scares all his hair off his head. And then you have Bald Elliot for the next, like, season in your game. Secret Bald Elliot included. What food would Elliot hate? I have no idea. I don't have my pulse on Elliot's preferences. I digress. Chat? Wait, hold on. I typed a 1 in a spot that I shouldn't have typed a 1 because I was moving over here. Thank you for joining me today. I hope you had fun with our modding shenanigans. I will be live again tomorrow, where I will be playing for the first time as it releases tomorrow. At least it releases for me here. Poptopia. Poptopia is coming out tomorrow. A little Pokemon Animal Crossing-like style game, I think. I don't really know the full ramifications of it, but I want to play it, so I'm going to play that tomorrow. Because I think it will be fun. I will see you then, hopefully. Be good to one another. Be good to yourselves. Love you. Take care. Until next time, this is Argon Matrix, signing on out. Thank you and have a good one, friends. Bye-bye!